Good evening. We're going to get started with our presentations for today. The first presentation we have, I'm going to call up three very special kids. This is regarding Florida City Government Week. I'm sure many of you saw schools were having the kids write stories about the town of Miami Lakes. And the three participants that were recognized by the town are Maximiliano Medina, Lily Martinez, and Riley Lavery. If you guys can come up. We have a special little gift. Come over here, Max. So the students were tasked to write a story about Miami Lakes, about a cow named Cornwall the cow, and they wrote a special essay each, and these were the three winners. The town of Miami Lakes selected as the first place winner was Maximiliano Medina. So congratulations to all three of you. I'm sure your essays were very, very good. All right, let's take a quick picture. We have a video also.
Hi, my name's Max, and I'm going to read you my story. Oh my! Cornwall the cow escaped from his cow barn. I wonder what he's going to do and where he would end up. Cornwall was excited to watch a movie and eat a lot of popcorn. Everybody stared at him, but it didn't bother him one bit. Having all that popcorn wasn't enough. Cornwall was still hungry, so he ordered 2 pizzas from Domenico's Pizzeria. Cornwall had fun eating junk food, but he missed eating healthy. I know! I'll go visit the farmer's market. He was happy to see lots of fruits and veggies. The end.
Yeah. The parents, you have the kids' parents in the audience. You guys can come up so we can take a picture with them. Come on up. Let's give a round of applause to these three great students. All right, so next I'd like to have Alina Soto and Yvonne Alvarez come up, please. It's a very special proclamation for the Miami Dance City Studios. Whereas on July 12, 2008, Miami Dance City Studios was founded by Alina Soto and Yvonne Alvarez and opened the doors to its studio located at 14022 Northwest 82nd Avenue in Miami Lakes, Florida. Whereas Miami Dance City Studios has provided dance classes to thousands of students over the last 15 years, many of which were Miami Lakes residents. Whereas the goal of Miami Dance City Studios has always been to serve our community by offering safe, loving, and supportive environment for dancers of all ages to grow and learn both on and off the stage. And whereas, as longtime Miami Lakes residents, the owners of Miami Dance City Studios welcome families from our community and beyond to share with them the love that they have for children and dance. And whereas Miami Dance City Studios shall strive to continue welcoming all to their growing Miami Dance City family. And whereas in celebration of the start of their 15th dance year of Miami Dance City Studios, and in recognition of the impact they have made in the lives of so many young residents in the town of Miami Lakes, now therefore, I, Jeffrey Rodriguez, by virtue of the authority vested in me as Vice Mayor of the town of Miami Lakes, and on behalf of the Town Council and 33,000 Miami Lakes residents, do hereby proclaim Tuesday, November 1st, 2022 as Miami Dance City Studios Day in the town of Miami Lakes.
I just want to say thank you to Jeffrey, to everyone here in the town of Miami Lakes, and to all of our parents, all of our dancers, our entire Dance City family. Thank you for these last 15 years, and here's to 15 more. We love this community. We love Miami Lakes, and thank you for making our studio your dancers' second home. Thank you.
All right, any of the girls from the studio, come on up, take a picture. Now I'd like to ask Scoutmaster Carrie Garcia from Girl Scout Troop 902 to come join us. Carrie's going to be recognizing a very special group of girls who are awarded the Gold Award for Girl Scouts. You can give a silver and bronze, and she'll give you more information about that. There you go.
Good evening, everyone. As mentioned, my name is Carrie Garcia, and I'm a proud troop leader with the Girl Scouts Troop 902 here in Miami Lakes. I would like to thank the mayor, the vice mayor, and all of council, and all the residents of Miami Lakes for the great support that they offer the girls of Troop 902 every day throughout the entire year. I'm here to recognize 13 special young ladies that have earned the highest awards for their scouting level by living the Girl Scout promise and the Girl Scout law. For their bronze award, 4th and 5th grade juniors recycled over 600 pounds of plastic that was later turned into a buddy bench. Both the bench and a book that they also wrote and illustrated was donated to a local daycare right here in Miami Lakes at the Growing Place. I would like to call up the following Girl Scouts and award them their bronze award. Mia Benitez. Dalia Harami. Harley Quinn Heber. Alexa Landrian. Victoria Loyal. Emily Macias. Aurora Medina. Isabela Mejia. Sofía Pardo. And Maya Sanchez. For the Silver Award, the cadets designed and implemented a butterfly garden and also at a local daycare here in Miami Lakes, the Growing Place. With their garden, the girls were able to teach students and future students the importance of pollinator plants. And now the students have a place to release their caterpillars, future monarch butterflies. I would like to call up the following Girl Scouts to receive their Silver Awards. Grace Gonzalez. Gabriela Jimenez. And Juliana Ladera. Through both these projects, the girls demonstrated leadership, took action, and were positive role models to younger children. Thank you, girls. You did an amazing job.
Congratulations. No, I think we're good. Okay, at this time, I'd like to ask any members of the Zanza Club to come up and join us. Good, how are you? Thank you so much. Welcome. Okay, I'd like to read a very special proclamation on behalf of the Zanza Club. Whereas we as citizens of this community recognize that violence against women is a worldwide pandemic. It crosses every social and economic class, every religion, race, and ethnicity, and recognize that it can occur even here in Miami Lakes. Whereas violence against women is traumatic to the body, mind, and spirit, and can prevent the victim from being fully active participants at home and in the world. And whereas violence against women costs the nation billions of dollars annually in medical expenses, police and court costs, shelters and foster care, absenteeism, and non-productivity. And whereas, in spite of some progress, we need only look to our newspapers to watch a television newscast to see the unfortunate truth that violence against women has not yet been eliminated. And whereas we recognize and support the efforts of the individuals and organizations such as the Zonsa Club of Miami Lakes and congratulate them for their outstanding work in our community to improve the lives of women and girls, recognizing that we need to use all our energy to eradicate violence against women locally and internationally. And whereas Zonsa's 16 days of activism during November 25th, International Day to End Violence Against Women, through November 10th, International Human Rights Day, as a time for all citizens to reflect and urge to support the efforts to end violence against women and to eliminate the detrimental consequences it has on the well-being of our community. Now, therefore, I, Jeff Rodriguez, by the virtue and authority vested in me as Vice Mayor of the Town of Miami Lakes, and on behalf of the Town Council and 33,000 Miami Lakers, do hereby proclaim Wednesday, November 2nd, as Zonsa Club Day in Miami Lakes. Marie, would you like to?
Good evening. I'm Marie Kornstein. I'm the president of Santa of Miami Lakes, and these are all my beautiful ladies. They're doing an amazing job with all the work that they do every day. And yes, this is going to be our busy month. This is 16 days of activism, so we're going to do everything possible we can to stop violence. We do that all year, but this is honored throughout all the clubs in the internationally. And we have little orange ribbons that I gave to all the council so they can wear them and for the next month and be proud to what this represents. And we thank you all very much. It's very special, and we're honored to get this every year. It means a lot to us. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you. We're going to take a quick recess from the presentations. We'll start in about 5 minutes. Thank you.
Hey, you guys want to come down real quick? What other Welcome to our November council meeting. Thank you for everybody being here today. We have a couple more very important presentations. This year, we did something a little bit different for our State of the Town address. We did something that's going to become a tradition. We did a video that included, I see Danny Angel there smirking because he was at the end of the video all happy. And so we did something it's going to become a tradition in our community where we do a yearly State of the Town video where we incorporate everybody. I mean, next year we're already talking about, committees and volunteers and just getting a little bit more folks out in the community, maybe making it a 10-minute video instead of a 5-minute video. But that's something to work on. But there's one person, the video is made possible because of one person in particular who sponsored the video and heard about it and said, you know what, I want to ensure that I sponsor it. I want to make this a tradition in our town. I believe in our community so much that I'm going to step up and give my hard-earned dollars to ensure that the town of Miami Lakes has something beautiful to display for its residents on a yearly basis. And that individual is here with us today. Martin Tassis is here with us today. Martin, welcome. If you could come join us, Martin. So, real story, when he literally heard about the state of the town, everything that's going on, and he said, you know what, I want to be part of it. How can I help? And when the idea came up of the video, he was like, I am in. Whatever it is, I'm going to sponsor because I love our community so much. So, Martin, on behalf of all of our residents, thank you for starting this new tradition in the town of Miami Lakes. Thank you both for starting this new tradition here in our community. Just a small token of our appreciation on behalf of the council and of our residents. We wanted to thank you. And I know you have a few words you guys want to say. I know you guys have a speech prepared, I think, right?
A speech I don't have, but I just wanted to thank all of you guys. And I love Miami Lakes, man. Miami Lakes, to me, is, I live here. I grew up half my life here. Our business is here. And I love these guys. So my favorite officer in the corner over there, I just want to say thank you. I'm honored and humbled for this. And thank you for giving me the opportunity of being able to do this and be the first one. Thank you very much. You guys keep on rooting for Miami Lakes, best city in Miami-Dade.
Thank you guys again. Thank you very much. I don't know if the video's ready, but we can watch it again if you guys want. So is Chair Roger Roger here from the Special Needs Advisory Board? Is all the members of the Special Needs Advisory Board, if you guys can come on up. So this is, the Special Needs Advisory Board is the only committee in our community that is fully funded by, not taxpayer dollars, but by people donating their hard-earned dollars to ensure that we're an inclusive community. So this year's gala, we raised a great amount of money. We're going to do the check presentation in a second and announce that and make the huge announcement. But it's all thanks to the volunteers that put it together, the sponsors that stepped up. We had a great night. Everybody sees that we have an awesome time. I think Mita's going to go next year. She promised me. She hasn't gone yet, but she will go next year. And everybody has a really, really great time. But it's for a great cause. And we ensured that our town is an inclusive community because of those dollars. I remember this year alone going to the summer camp and how special that summer camp was and how that impacted the people in our community. And I saw some of those families and those kids, and when they had one-on-one folks helping them out, how they changed their lives. So that's just a tidbit of what they do. I know they're going to announce some of the sponsors to come join us up here. And before we do the check presentation, they have a very special video that they want to show the community. So I'm going to pass it on to the chair to welcome all of our sponsors.
Thank you, Mayor. How you doing today? It's good to see everybody. We're really thankful that you could all come out and be a part of it. Those that are watching online, thank you as well. You know, before we get to the thank yous, before we get to the videos, there's a couple of things I want to really say that's really important. Now, number one, the board's fairly new compared to all the other committees. We've only been around for a few years, but I want to thank all of our board members for all the hard work that they do. And a couple of them could not make it tonight. Clary and Alexandra could not come, but they're here in spirit. And then, of course, our board members that are here right now, and I think the ones that are here right now, was Francesco, with Madeline, with Jesse and Vivian. I think everyone here would pretty much agree that we have a big thank you to give to Vivian for all the hard work that she's done. Folks that don't know, Vivian was the original chair for a long time. She's put together a lot of the events. You know, we've come up with some great stuff. But a lot of the stuff that she kickstarted is what is really helping our town right now. Our programs like our Special Needs Registry, our programs like Arts for Autism. And without Vivian's leadership and her hard work in this group, I can tell you that we would not be standing here the way we are today. So thank you, Vivian. I know. But she deserves a round of applause because it was her thought process that made this happen. Now, also, people that deserve some credit here are our sponsors. And our sponsors this year were fantastic. Everybody came in, everybody chipped in. You know, we've watched the economy go down a bit, and we talked to all of our sponsors. We're like, hey, are we going to be able to put this together? And they're like, yeah, we're in. We're going to be there. We don't care. And it was awesome to see them come together and put this event on, even with the expenses going up, and still raise the money we raised. So I want to thank them all. Let me go ahead and run through the list. If you are here, if you're a sponsor and you are here and you hear your name, please come up and join us. We want you to be a part of this. Of course, our title sponsor was Fantasy Designers for Decorations. And our cocktail sponsors were Dr. Limon and his other 3 restaurants, including the new Criseo Brazilian Steakhouse and the new Cafe Mi Vitrola, which is really cool. If you haven't seen it yet. Cellas, how can we not forget Cellas? They are such a great group. Also, Specialty Smile, Nicholas Children's Hospital, NSU MedU, Vicky Bakery, Lake Eyes Care, Lakes Orthodontics, La Rosa Realty, Water and Fire Recovery, 305 Youth Sports, Acebo Roofing, Super Manny Mortgage, Realty One Group, Dematech, Jumpstart Development, Floridian Research, Sun City Strategies, Commissioner Rene Garcia, Graham Companies, Miami Lakes Auto Mall, Gatesi Lopez and Mestre, I think they're attorneys, Golden Corner, Golden Corner Jewelry, 8 Layers Solutions, Pharma Natural, Vivo Real Estate, SFM Services, Cooling Power, Lazarito Barbershop, Local Porti Wine, AC Graphics, Ghani Films, L3 Soft Wash, and we also had Flynn's Gaming out of Margate donate to us as well. They even participated. And some performers who are actually, I think one of them's here with us tonight, who are up on the stage, Dominic Kama, and Glenda Anders, and Abraham Ruse. So thank you all, and if you are here, come on up, come join us. So are we gonna play the video?
Abraham Ruse.
Yeah, I said Abraham. Father Abraham.
It's been incredibly amazing tonight. We've seen so many folks from our community join together, give back, jam out, have a great time for a great cause to ensure that Miami Lakes is a fully inclusive community regardless of ability, and ensuring that the Miami Lakes Special Needs Advisory Board is fully funded. Well, thank you to everybody that showed up, and we look forward to seeing you next year.
How about a nice round of applause for that video, huh? I know this isn't the actual gala, so I can't just start screaming in the microphone like I did that night, but it is so wonderful for what we've put together here. And Mayor, Mr. Mayor, this event, I understand, broke records. So tonight's presentation is really cool, and we're looking forward to seeing what number we got. Last year we broke records, and we thought, well, we got to break it again this year, and understand we have. Now, you want to have him sing some songs for us? Would you like to sing us a song? Abraham had a song for us that he wanted to sing. Are you okay with that? He's like, he's not ready? Oh, you're on the spot now. You sure? Hey, if you don't, you're going to have to buy everybody pizza. Okay, all right.
I'm not prepared for this, but. God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountains, through the prairies, from the ocean, white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
That was amazing. And now we're supposed to say play ball, right? Oh, okay. I just want to make sure. All right, Mayor, I believe it's time for us to unveil this check. So do you want to do a countdown? Yes. Okay. You want to do the countdown? It's up to you. I don't mind. You go right ahead. You don't want to wait for Rene?
Is he? I think Commissioner Rene Garcia is parking, right? So I know he wanted to join us for this moment because he was one of the sponsors. Should you, Joseph, you want to come go grab him outside? And by the way, thank you, Abraham. We always put him on the spot, and you always deliver. I know he's. It's like a
that'll work.
Intermission. One more song, right, guys? No.
Are we going to be able to do that? I don't know. Mayor, he's really good. Let's talk a little bit about what we've done this year for the Special Needs Advisory Board. So for those of you who don't know, like we mentioned earlier, one of our main programs that we've partnered with the team at Arts for Autism to help bring dance classes in here on the weekends for children with autism, and that's grown. We started off with one class, now we're up to 3. And what we do with the money that you guys have been donating to the groups, to the galas, to make this happen, is we take that money and we try to put it towards giving the children the free ability to enjoy the dance class. So instead of paying their $25 for the class, we pay for it. And we want to do more programs like that with other programs that relate to special needs. And that's the reason why we're trying to raise this money. The other thing we've done is, of course, the Special Needs Registry, which we can raise your hand over there, Mr. Amador. Officer Amador over there has been really helpful in implementing our Special Needs Registry. And if you haven't heard about it, what the program is, and it doesn't matter if you're a child, if you're an adult with special needs, for the elderly as well, this program allows us to get you connected with our town's police department, which is the Miami-Dade Police Department, and it gets them information about who you are, so when they're called to your house, if you have a child that might be sensitive to the sirens, if you have an adult who may be afraid because he doesn't know what's going on, isn't able to comprehend it, the officers didn't have that information, and they're able to say, okay, we know exactly how we communicate with everyone in the household. We'll come with the lights off. We'll knock on the door and say hello once in a while just to get to know them. And those kind of things in that program are very important. So you can actually find all the details about it and register for it, by the way, on our town's website as well. So please go there, and if you haven't done so, if you know someone in the community that lives here in Miami Lakes that could use this program to make sure that everything's safe, if they walk out the door and wander away, we know who they are, they've got a bracelet, they've got the sticker in their window, please have them register for that as well. And then as well as the board, we just met a couple of weeks ago, and we've been talking about other programs we're trying to bring in, vocational rehabilitation programs, and we were even working on a guy with a dojo that wants to do karate with children with special needs. So, I mean, this is amazing work, and we want to make that even bigger in 2023 and go further than we've ever gone before.
That's awesome, and I think Commissioner Garcia is here with us. He wanted to ensure that he was here as part of the unveiling of the check for our Special Needs Advisory Board. Good to see you, Commissioner. All right, is everybody ready? Yes. Let's count down from 3. Who's gonna, we need some help here. Well, let's get this right. All right, let's get a countdown from 3, guys. 3, 2, 1. $25,858.82. That's a record here in our community for our Special Needs Advisory Board. If it wasn't for you guys delivering every single year, folks wouldn't believe in the cause, and more and more people are believing in the cause every year. And we know prices went up, and people were still donating, giving back. So $25,000, almost $26,000. So congratulations. Let's get a big picture with everybody.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah. Mine.
Where do you want?
I know Commissioner Garcia is here with us. He was going to say a few words. He was very busy today. There was a Board of County Commissioners meeting downtown all day, and so we appreciate you running over here as fast as possible. And thank you for always sponsoring and being here for our community.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, council members and Miami Lakes. This is amazing to see what the town of Miami Lakes does. Even after 20 years, the fact that our community raises money for organizations of individuals with special needs, that you don't see that a lot of places in Miami-Dade County. So that is something very special about this community, that we put those individuals with special needs before all of us. So I've always said in government, and I think a lot of us believe this here, that government should be the voice for the voiceless. Who more voiceless than individuals with special needs? Those are the people we need to be doing more for. Those are the people we always need to put at the front of the line. And the fact that we, Mayor, congratulations, were able to do this to ensure that they do have a voice through all of us, that's very special all in itself. So congratulations, and congratulations to the town of Miami Lakes. And it's awesome to be able to be a little part of that. So more will be coming from Miami-Dade County Commission, District 13. So God bless you all. Thank you, Mayor.
I have one more very special presentation. I'm going to hand it over to Edward Peterman at this moment.
Thank you, Mayor. The Employee of the Year is normally announced at the State of the Town address. This year there were some conflicts with scheduling and we were unable to do it, and we're doing it here today. The Employee of the Year this year, when I first got here almost 4 years ago, the manager would just select somebody. When I got here, I thought that it should be driven from the employees themselves. We started to put together a process, a system. I asked our deputy town attorney to spearhead that, our deputy town manager to spearhead that process. And we have representatives from all the different departments in the town. We accept nominations from the actual employees. They analyze the nominations, they assess them, they score them, and then they come up with a recommendation on who to name as the Employee of the Year. It's not driven by me. I make the final selection, but it's based on a recommendation from the employees themselves who work with people, their colleagues, day in and day out. This year we had 5 nominations, 2 of which were 2 department directors. They were serving on the committee, and they themselves recused themselves from the process. So we ended up with 3 final nominations. All 3 of them were worthy of being selected. They were all phenomenal choices. But obviously, we can only have one. The Employee of the Year that was selected this year has the distinction, the grand honor, of having been my first appointment, my first hire when I first got here almost 4 years ago. This was the first employee. She worked for many years, even though she looks like she's 18, but she worked for many, many years for the city of Hialeah. She started working with the city of Hialeah in 2003. She achieved her bachelor's degree from Barry University and her master's degree from St. Thomas University. She also has the great distinction of being a town resident. So she's one of us, she loves this town, and she's one of us. I just want to read a couple of snippets from the nomination form. It is truly a pleasure to have a colleague like, I won't say it, who always has an open door to hear about your concerns and questions. She's always happy to take time from her busy schedule to coach me and make sure I understand the process. She is someone who makes all employees feel good about the work they do and motivates one to keep going. She contributes to employee morale, and this is something that the town benefits from because only happy employees can keep residents happy, right? So there is that domino effect. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce our 2022 Employee of the Year, Melissa Hernandez, our budget manager. She was already suspecting because her family was lingering out in the hallway, and she says, "Why is my family here?"
Well, what can I say but absolutely thank you. I'm so grateful for this and very appreciative to my colleagues. More so because there's so many of the people in our team here that work so hard. If I come here on a Saturday, there's not one employee I don't bump into that's also here working. Like, I'll see Gina, I'll see Jeremy, I'll see Danny, I'll see Kay. So I'm really honored and truly grateful for this because of the fact that I know that our team here works really hard, and I'm happy to be a part of that. I'm happy to be a town resident, a proud employee. I'm grateful to have Ed as my boss. I don't say this because I'm here in a public place, but he is probably one of the best bosses I've ever had. So yeah, I guess just thank you, and I'm nervous, obviously. So, yeah.
Let's call this meeting to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Diegues.
Here.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Present.
Councilmember Collazo. Present. Councilmember Alvarez.
Present.
Councilmember Ruano.
Present.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Present.
Mayor Sid.
Present.
Mayor, you have quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's all rise for the prayer led by Aurora Medina from Girl Scouts Troop 902. Grace Gonzalez from Girl Scouts Troop 902.
Heaven, hallowed by thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who have trespassed against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Thy is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Great job. Remain standing for the presentation of colors led by Girl Scouts Troop 902. Thank you to Girl Scouts Troop 902. That was awesome. Thank you very, very, very much. The future is bright in our community. Thank you. You could be seated. And now to Ariel Fernandez from the Better You Minute.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, council members, residents, and staff of the town that is growing beautifully, Miami Lakes. We have a day of the year that we have dedicated as a constant reminder of gratitude, Thanksgiving. We're here in the month of November, and as we inch our way to Thanksgiving, it's a good opportunity to start thinking about the things that we're grateful for. Gratitude is one of the most important traits anybody has, and something that we should do every single day. Whether it's somebody holding the door for us, somebody doing a nice deed, or simply just being there for us. Let us always make time for thanking them. As we're here in the council chambers right now, let's thank our council members for the time that they dedicate and staff for the time that they dedicate to make our lives better. As we get close to Thanksgiving, let's celebrate the great things that we have in our lives and the great people who make them happy. Thank you for listening, and thank you for all you do to make this community great.
Thank you, Ariel. We always appreciate you setting the tone for us. We're moving on to the order of business, deferrals, additions, deletions. I have two items that I want to pull from consent. That is item 10B and 10C. Any other deferrals, additions, deletions?
Mayor, if we can combine item 13D and 14E.
13D and 14. Okay. 14E?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, so as of right now, we pulled item 10B, item 10C. We're combining 13D and 14E. Any other deferrals, additions, deletions? Seeing no further deferrals, additions, deletions, are there any motions on the table?
I'll move the amended order of business.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to public comments, Madam Clerk.
Good evening. All comments and questions from this attending public shall be directed to the mayor in a courteous tone, and to ensure the orderly conduct and efficiency of this meeting, public comments shall be limited to 3 minutes maximum per person. Welcome, and if you want to speak, just approach the podium, state your name and address for the record.
Bonnie Cintron, 14770 Lewis Road. The only reason I came this evening was, hello, Mr. Mayor, and good evening, council members. I came here only for one purpose, and that was to thank Jeffrey Rodriguez for his service, since I know this is his last time on the dais. So I just appreciate the work that you have done to try to help make this town always stay a good place to live. So thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie.
Martha Mendez, 7000 Glen Eagle Drive. Section 2.2, Mayor and Vice Mayor, B in the charter. Vice Mayor, at the first council meeting after each regular town election, if there's no elections, the month of November, the council shall elect one of its members as vice mayor. You're having the November meeting today. You don't have a meeting in December. So you better call a special call sometime after election day, because this has to be, the vice mayor's leaving. So, as a member of the Charter Revision Commission, we discussed the issue of the rotation of the vice mayor position. And that's why it's in there. Every November, you have to elect somebody. And the intent was seniority. And it has gone by the wayside that you elect whomever is your friend. And you seem to forget seniority as a leading example. Why did we want the rotation? So every one of you who are equally divided in this council get a chance to be vice mayor. When Nelson Rodriguez was vice mayor, he was vice mayor for a year and a half. When the first vice mayor was vice mayor, Roberto Alonso Sr., he was there for 3 years. You cannot do that. You cannot get your friends in first. And there's a lady on that dais that has been here for 6 years. It is her turn, not your friends, her turn. And I expect you to act accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mita.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, Maritza Costa, Vice Chair, Youth Activities, Student Member, Education Advisory. I'd like to echo Ms. Centrone's comments in thanking the Vice Mayor for his service these last few years. I'd like to support item 14A, the committee rule change by Councilmember Dieguez. I think it's a good item and that it makes the appointment process a little bit more efficient. I'd also like to thank you guys for the opportunity of hosting Constitution Day here at the town of Miami Lakes in September. It was an awesome event. We had students from several schools across the area, as well as guest speakers, including the executive director of the Miami-Dade County Public Schools Social Science Department. So I thank you for your trust in hosting that event. I also see the mayor is going to report in item 15, in item 15A, but I'd like to comment on that as well. I've had the pleasure of working with the mayor's office as well as Mayor Steve Bovel from Hialeah in hosting a charity basketball game for the Women's Breast and Heart Initiative. The basketball game will occur on November 17th from 6 to 8 p.m. at Buckydem Park in Hialeah. The mayor will lead a team of town employees against Mayor Steve Bovel and his employees as we raise funds for breast cancer awareness. It's been a huge honor to be able to organize this event, and we look forward to raising thousands of dollars and presenting that to a local Miami Lakes breast cancer awareness charity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Maritz.
Good evening, council. Before announcing my address, I want to thank Vice Mayor Jeffrey Rodriguez for his years of service in the town. I know it's his last day on the dais, so I really want to thank you for all you've done for the council and for the town of Miami Lakes. Good evening, council. First time I can say that in a couple meetings. Thank God all of you are here today. So my name is Diane Jimenez, and I go to Barbara Goldman Senior High School, address 14100 Northwest 89th Avenue. Currently, I'm 15, but one day, God willingly, I would want to sit in the seats that you are sitting in today. In the last meeting, I mentioned having a student rep or a school rep, whatever you guys would like to call it, on the Public Safety Committee. I presented my idea and thoughts to all of you, and I also mentioned the town's initiative to include teens in more of the town's legislative aspect. Like the mayor mentioned earlier today, he would like more people within the town to participate in the culture that we have built throughout the years in the town of Miami Lakes. On October 10th, at Veterans Park, I was helping for an event that the town was hosting through the Youth Activities Task Force. That same day, a fellow peer of mine from Barbara Goldman Senior High School was scared through a perverted guy that most of you might have heard of what happened. Later that same day, thanks to the council members, thanks to the committee members who took quick action, he was arrested. But I asked myself a question. Who would be better to speak on issues targeting youth than a student themselves? In account to students being involved in government on a day-to-day basis. For example, even the State Department has appointed students to several positions, from helping the Secretary of State to other types of positions that would make a significant impact on the country that we all live in today. From the State Department, as I mentioned, to Publix, student positions that require critical thinking skills are either included through their motto or have some type of major effect in how the company guides their mission. Our motto as a town is growing beautifully. What is more elegant than teaching and enhancing youth in that process? Now, some of you may think, why? Why do we need a student rep on the Public Safety Committee? Personally, I find this injunction kind of rhetoric. Last time I started...
Motion to extend by 30 seconds.
Thank you very much.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes.
Thank you. Last time I started with a quote by Dr. Seuss. Now I want to leave you with a quote by Stephen Vincent Bennett. Youth is the pollen that blows through the sky and does not ask why. I would also like to show my support for 14C by Councilwoman Ruano in recognizing First Responders Cancer Awareness Month, which I believe is in January. Thank you very much. Have a great evening, everyone, and thank you, Council, for being here.
Thank you. Have a great evening. Good job.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and fellow council members. My name is Marcus Rogers. I live at 6710 Bull Run Road, apartment 263. I come here today, well, first of all, my name is Marcus Rogers. I'm a 12th grader, a senior at Barbara Goldman Senior High School. I'm also currently a Life Scout enrolled in the Boy Scouts of America. I come here today to present my Eagle Scout project, which is basically the apex of everything I've been working towards in Boy Scouts. I've been involved since I was in first grade. It's been a major part of my life, and now my goal is to be able to give back to the community that has helped me so much as I've been growing and progressing in my life. My project will be at Barbara Goldman Senior High. It consists of refurbishing and repainting the bicycle rack that exists there at the school already and installing a bike repair station and a bike pump so that students that rely on bicycling as their means of transportation to and from school, that they'll have something there that they can use and utilize and they'll reap the benefits from. I know multiple students that currently rely on bicycling as their sole means of transportation to and from school, so I know for a fact that this will help out the school student life greatly. What I also specifically came here to say is that I'm looking forward to funding and fundraising for my project. My ideal budget is around $2,000. And so I'll be looking forward to reaching out to the council members after this for any means at all of donations, fundraising, any contacts, opportunities that I could receive. That would be greatly, greatly appreciated. I was formerly a student at Miami Lakes Middle School, and my class had the honor of going to Washington, D.C. to attend in the We the People statewide competition. Our class won first place in the entire state, and that was entirely possible because of the funding and fundraising brought forward by the Town of Miami Lakes City Commission. That is a huge honor of mine. I am greatly and forever thankful to the City Council. And so, if possible, I would like to be able to do the opportunity of giving back to my community once again and completing my journey that I've been working forward to my whole entire life. Thank you.
Awesome. Great job, Marcus. Marcus, do you know how much do you need for the sponsorship? How much? $2,000? Got it. Okay, got it.
I don't have any comments prepared. My name is Melissa Lammy, actually Dr. Lammy. I am a professor at a local college. I've been a member of this community since 2011, and I've already voted. I voted to support the changes to the Optimist Park, the improvements to the Optimist Park, and I'm not sure if the mayor and the council are aware of what has been happening at the park. I had a hip replacement recently, so I ride my scooter around, and there is a area where there is not good lighting, and there are people who are coming in on buses and sleeping in this area. I'm not sure what else they're doing, but it does not seem safe for locals. So I'm not sure if anyone is aware of that, but I wanted to make you aware of that. Doctor, I was very, let's see, I don't think he's here. I was very appreciative to Renee Garcia for letting me know that I could come in and speak today, because I thought maybe there would be a better meeting for this time. Also, the strip of street between Miami Lakes Drive, the 67th, right? The way that we have the speed limit at 30 miles per hour on Miami Lakes Drive, the way that we have the flashing lights suggesting that a red light is coming, I think that that is important to do here in front of Main Street. I know that that's a county issue because Mr. Garcia explained that to me outside. I am certainly willing to contact anybody that I need to contact to suggest that, but I hope that the council will support that. But I think the speed limit needs to be slowed down here. I have almost been run over myself, not only by a red light and somebody running the red light, and then me standing there another 5 seconds and then stepping out to cross the street and my friend calling my name, and luckily me stepping back because I didn't get hit by somebody else who ran the red light. I used to be able to cross over to Main Street to do shopping, to take my dogs for walks, and I can't do that anymore. And I know that we are interested in promoting business and shopping in that area, and if the people here are not feeling safe to cross over 67th, then that's a serious problem, I think. So that's one thing I wanted to mention. Another thing I wanted to mention is that I am not a homeowner. I am a renter here at 6600 Main, but actually at 6621, so I'm directly across the parking lot. I don't know if my time's up or not. I'm directly
Motion to
across.
extend 30 seconds.
Thank you.
Second. There's a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank
Any
you.
opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes.
I'm directly across the parking lot from you, so I see many of you coming and going. And I want to let you know that I lived at Crescent House for 10 years before these buildings were built. And there is a deaf resident who lives at Crescent House who particularly has a difficult time crossing the street. And I think that flashing lights, a lowered speed limit, those sorts of things would certainly help. Otherwise, I've been very happy as a resident of Miami Lakes. I plan to stay here. I've been a professor at my college for 16 years. I wanted to congratulate Mayor Sid for his graduation. Yes, and you know, I don't plan to move out of Miami Lakes, so I'd like to see these changes made for the benefit. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. I know Jeremy, our Parks Director, and I see our police major in the back. They're both going to speak to you in a second to help you out with those issues.
Absolutely. Thank
Okay.
you. Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Yes, I'm just gonna recognize that we have like 8 participants online. If you're online and you wish to participate in public comments, just unmute yourself, state your name and address for the record, and welcome to the meeting.
Hi, good evening. Stephen Hertzberg, 16745 Northwest 84th Court.
Good evening.
Just here to just thank the council for the time they've had the past 2 years. I've been getting involved with the Blasting Advisory Board over about 2 years now. And while we've all had our differences, as a whole, I think the council's done a good job. You've been through some contentious issues that required a lot of thinking, and issues that are about the future of the town. And while there's always disagreement overall, the council's always provided themselves in a reasonable demeanor. And I thank you for that. You guys certainly don't hear thank you enough at public comments. And I think it's important to know that there are people that value the time commitment and the work you put in. Second, thank you to Vice Mayor Rodriguez. He's served the town well the past 4 years. It's a huge time commitment, and he's one actually appointed me to the blasting board, so I thank him for giving me an opportunity to try to serve the town as well. And him not seeking re-election, I think, shows that he's always had the best interest in heart. It's never been about politics, just been about trying to improve the town of Miami Lakes. And while I'm confident either William or Ray will do a good job, they got big shoes to fill. And lastly, to an agenda item, another group of people and team of the town that certainly don't get enough thanks is the town attorney. I just want to say I fully support the council's position to give them the contract they deserve. As an attorney myself, and from the outside looking in, especially with the bridge litigation, I think they've done a great job. I think they represent the town very well. And from my perspective, I don't see how they could have handled anything different. I think they've serviced the town well. Looking at the contract, they certainly could probably earn more money. If anyone has any issues with that, trust me, they're worth more than what they're being paid. And I think the council should definitely approve of that agenda item. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen.
Anyone else from the remote who wishes to speak, please?
Yes.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. I am Boris Foster, 15221 Menteith Place. I'm asking the town to consider increased sidewalk maintenance for sidewalks that need more maintenance. I first want to thank the town and the manager for several communications with Lake Glen Ellen in the last month about the sidewalks surrounding Lake Glen Ellen. Lake Glen Ellen's perimeter wall is more than 3/4 of a mile long. We appreciated that the manager had Public Works and the Parks Department meet with us about 3 weeks ago to walk the sidewalk along our wall. We also appreciate that the town cleaned 82nd Avenue recently for the extra foot traffic with the elections at Mary Collins and Halloween. It cost Lake Glen Ellen $35,000 to paint the wall last year, and now the wall on 82nd Avenue looks awful. We're embarrassed at the wall's appearance and condition. The association had 3 contractors look at our walls to pressure clean, and they all told us the same thing. As long as the sidewalk on 82nd Avenue is the way that it is, the wall will continuously be muddy and dirty. And even more critical is that the sidewalk is damaging our wall. We were told by an engineer that when the cement for the sidewalk was poured, it was poured against the wall. So now the sidewalk and the wall are joined. So when the tree roots lift the sidewalk, our wall also tilts. The sidewalk is sloping away from the street, so when it rains, the water gathers at the base of the wall. The swale, because of the roots and the tree cover is mostly dirt. That causes mud to run onto the sidewalk and it stays there for weeks. One of our board members broke her arm when she fell on that sidewalk earlier this year. With that background, the reason I am making this comment is to ask that the town identifies sidewalks that require more attention because of their unique situations. I understand that there's a schedule and a rotation to ensure that every sidewalk in the town is clean, trees cut, etc. But there are certain areas that need increased maintenance above and beyond the normal scheduled rotation. I was told that pictures were sent. I hope they were. Please take a look at those pictures. They are not a bad day in the life of 82nd Avenue sidewalk, but that is how the sidewalk looks for weeks at a time, especially in the rainy season. Thank you for listening, and I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you.
Anyone else who wish to speak, please do so now. I believe, Mayor, that we don't have any more public comments.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. At this moment, public comments is closed. Jeff, I don't know what you did to my gavel, man, but
Sorry, I've been slamming it too hard, I guess.
It's all right. We're moving on to committee reports. Veterans Committee. I see Chair Coote with us. Welcome, Chair. I know you all have a big day coming up this weekend, so looking forward to that.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, council members, Madam Councilwoman, Mr. Town Manager, Madam Clerk, and Mr. Attorney. It's great to be here. I'd like to wish you all a pleasant good evening. And I come to you with a very simple administrative matter. But before I get to that, I'd like to take this opportunity, much like many of the citizens of the town already have, to say thank you to all of you. You've collectively been staunch advocates for veterans and our activities in the town since I've been here, and I want to thank you for that. It's made a huge difference. We've had a very successful year, due entirely to the council members on the dais. Some of you might not be here in the very near future, but that does not detract from the work that you've done. The Vice Mayor is at the top of that list. Your impact will be felt long after you're gone, so I thank you for that, Mr. Vice Mayor. You all served your community, and as most will attest, there's not a lot of thanks that comes with the job. But you're representing your community and you're contributing to solutions, not just complaining about the problems. Teddy Roosevelt once said in his famous Man in the Arena speech, "It is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles. The credit belongs to the man or woman whose face is marred by dust and blood, who strives valiantly, and if he or she fails, at least they fail while daring greatly, so that his or her place will never be with those cold and timid souls who neither knew victory or defeat." Thank you all for your efforts on our behalf, on behalf of the community. You have our respect and gratitude for taking on that task. Your successes started a year ago, championed by Councilman Luis Caiazzo, and with the unanimous support of all of you, to rename the park. And thank you for that, Mr. Councilman. Then I want to thank the parks manager and the town manager as well for doing a wonderful job landscaping the signage there. The addition of the Memorial Day ceremony added to the prestigious list of town activities that was new this year. The Arbor Day ceremony, the military banner campaign on Miami Lakes Drive, the 9/11 ceremony honoring first responders, the Veterans Parade now in year 43, and the addition of a monument to honor the sacrifice of military members across the generations, which will grace our park hopefully sometime in the near future. Allowing the Veterans Affairs Office to come to town once a week to work with veterans seeking claims for disabilities was another tremendous win for the town and veterans as a whole. And last but not least, the matter that has brought me before you this evening, the Reindeer Run. This 5K will be the best the town of Miami Lakes has ever seen. And this is from Judy Farkas Serra, who's been taking the lead on this project. She writes, "Our newest gym on Main Street, Sweat 440, will be warming everyone up for the run. The local high school marching band will be starting the 5K with a national anthem, 80 pieces at 7:45, and then she adds in all caps, 'Wake up, everyone!' After that start-finish, a little reindeer dash for the young kids, a 5-piece band, a petting zoo, children's fun zone, food and drinks, and then she went on to start naming all of these mascots from different teams that will be here. But the point is that when we first approached the council, we had asked for approval to take the funding that we garner from this event and provide it to veterans organizations. And we identified veterans organizations outside of the town. Fisher House, which is like McDonald's house outside the VA, was given a check for $8,000 a couple of years ago. Fishing with America's Finest got a check for $17,000, benefiting, again, veterans. Some in town, many outside of town. And of course, as we're drawing the line on a veteran who gets assistance, we don't mean to mark a line and only help Miami Lakes veterans. And in part, that was the point that was made with the veteran service officer who is now working out of Town Hall. He attends to all veterans, not just those that live in Miami Lakes. But we had wanted to expand the funding that's received from this and go with an idea that was presented on the dais by one of the council members. Rather than give it to an outside organization, we would like the flexibility to provide that monies to a capital improvement fund and or an outside organization. So we had talked about a splash pad or something of that nature at Veterans Park. And rather than being dependent on monies from the town, if we can raise our own monies, put it aside in a capital improvement fund, and if we can keep those monies over the next couple of years, and I don't know the rules, but then perhaps it would be self-funded. And that would be one idea that was presented, and the other one was going with some of the local organizational groups that attend to veterans. So we hadn't made up our minds. In years past, we had to rush through the vetting process, and we would like the flexibility, with your approval, to hold off on delegating or designating, rather, a organization, and recognize that we could conceivably keep that money for capital improvement and or provide it to a veterans organization. But at the end of the day, the bottom line would be benefiting veterans, either here in the town and their families that live in this community, or providing monies to organization outside of the town to benefit veterans in general.
I'll move it. I'll second.
All those any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, and have a pleasant evening.
We'll see you. Yes, I got it right now. We'll see you this weekend, right? This Sunday?
Early on Sunday.
All right. Sounds good. Appointments, and I'm sorry I skipped over appointments. I was just really excited about the Veterans Parade. So we have several folks that we're going to be appointing today. Taylor Carvalho to the Youth Activities Task Force by Mayor Manny Sid. Haley Prieto to the Youth Activities Task Force by Councilmember Marilyn Ruano. Jocelyn Chu to the Youth Activities Task Force by Councilmember Josh Diegues. Any motions?
I'll move it. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Any of the three individuals that are named here with us tonight, if you can stand up. Thank you. Thank you for giving back to our town. By the way, since you're the only one, you want to give a speech or anything? No? Okay.
Hi, my name is Haley Prieto. I'm a sophomore at Barbara Goldman Senior High. I first started working with the Youth Activities Task Force around June. I had an internship here at the town of Miami Lakes working with ISLE, and it really showed me how all the committees work and just sparked up an interest. And when I saw that there was a committee that I could join, I immediately joined and tried to attend all the meetings I could. And we actually had an event, the Halloween haunted house event. It went beautiful. It just showed me even more how much I wanted to be a part of the committee. Thank you.
That's awesome. Thank you very much. Thank you for giving back. Our community is great because of folks like you, so thank you very much. We're on to the Neighborhood Improvement Committee. Are they here tonight? I do not see the Neighborhood Improvement Committee, so we will move on from that. We're moving on to the got it. He's definitely at a baseball game. I think that uniform that he wears is permanent because I see him everywhere with it. We have two items that we pulled from consent, that I pulled, item 10B and item 10C. Our Public Works Director, if you're here, I have some questions for you. Again, I just love having Omar as a Public Works Director
want
because
me to-
he's like my twin. So
Good evening,
wherever he's
Council.
around town, people think I'm everywhere. So
You want me to read them?
appreciate you.
Mr. Mayor, you want me to read it?
No. I have some questions. We'll get there now. But I had just quick question. Both of these items, outfalls.
This project does not have an outfall directly attached to it.
Both of these. We're talking about.
It's one project. One is for the award of the contractor. The other one's award for inspection services.
Why doesn't it have an outfall?
Well, this one is, the way the sub-basins are divided, this one falls pretty much in the middle of Royal Oaks West. So it doesn't mean that in the future that there may not be a connection, but that's to be designed as we continue the stormwater bond program.
This is not, Northwest 83rd Place is not that famous road that we've worked on several.
No,
several
so
times.
83rd,
Okay.
this is 83rd Place North. The one
North.
we completed was south,
Got
and
it.
so far we've only received positive feedback from the work we've done there.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay, so this project in particular has no outfall.
This one does not.
Got it.
Yeah, it's a
That's-
small section of 83rd Place, what we call north on the north area.
If you want to see the map on page 33 of your agenda,
Yes.
there's a map there so it's not near any body of water or 80, which is the 87th Avenue.
Yeah,
right?
it's not near 87th Avenue.
But at some
or-
point it may have it, but at this point it's not.
Yeah.
And Omar, you guys leave these ready to be able to connect, right?
Yeah, so in the future, as we continue with design of the stormwater bond program and other funding opportunities, there will be options to connect to the manholes that we leave as we terminate the pipe into a manhole. We could connect to that and extend the system to potentially an outfall in the future. But that's not in the current design.
Got it. Look, like the one that we went to today was really far away from a canal, but we planned in advance, right? We built an outfall years ago on 89th Avenue, and I won't be supporting these items tonight, just because of the outfall component, but I know it's not your fault. It's just the way that works. But I appreciate you. Thank you for your hard work. And if anybody has a motion on these items,
I'll move them.
Second.
Madam Clerk, on item 10B, then 10C.
10B. Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez is not here. Okay, absent. Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
No.
Okay, the motion passes. And then
Item 10C.
item 10C, a motion or the same two council members?
There's already been a motion from the same two.
So the
councils.
same two council members.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo,
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez,
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano,
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez is absent, Vice Mayor Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
No.
The motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're on to the consent calendar. Any
I'll move
motion?
it.
Second.
There's a motion and second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to resolutions, item 13A.
A resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, approving the employment agreement between Edward Peterman and the Town of Miami Lakes, authorizing the mayor, vice mayor, and town attorney to execute the agreement on behalf of the town, authorizing the expenditure of budgeted funds, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. The contract, you'll see it, begins on page 706 of the agenda. It was a contract that I initially received and redlined at a sunshine meeting with Councilman Dieguez and went back and forth with the manager on several issues. I believe he spoke with most of you, if not all of you, about the contract. So this is the contract that I would propose that we put forth for the town manager.
Second.
Discussion on this council, discussion, anyone in discussion? Okay, I'll break the ice. Just a couple things I wanted to clarify. I know the driving force, and I know Councilman Dieguez is in here. The driving force behind this item was when Councilmember Dieguez has brought up twice that I guess he went to the League of Cities and he heard that maybe there was people that felt that there was some sort of animosity or whatnot or some sort of issues. So people kind of forget that I've been doing this for 17 years. So on the National League of Cities, I've been on boards. On the State League of Cities, I've chaired statewide committees. And on the Miami-Dade League of Cities, I've chaired committees. So I just made a couple calls, and I was like, just gauge the temperature. And I can tell you, if this job were to become available, there'd be at the very least 5 top city managers applying for it. And the perspective that I got throughout the county was that this is one of the easier jobs in the county. Hence, there's no collective bargaining. There's really, our police manages themselves through the county. There's 20 plus employees, et cetera, et cetera. And what I kept hearing was that we have a deputy manager who's been here since incorporation. I did just want to make sure that that was addressed, because just making a handful of phone calls, I could tell you there's a lot of people that would be very interested in working in this town and highly motivated to apply. With that being said, one of the reasons I'm not supporting this, I don't think a municipal manager of 20 employees should get paid more than Governor Ron DeSantis. The governor is very talented, he does a great job, and he manages a lot more people, and he gets paid less than what this contract is affording. Secondly, when I was selecting Ed Peterman, I was very honest with him. I told him, look, out of the 5 folks that were presented to me, at the moment, you were the best one. But I was very clear to him. The reality is I felt that Tony Lopez should be our city manager. And I told this to Ed Peterman the night before we were selecting him. And for posterity reasons, even the night here in the council meeting that we made the motion, I kind of know my people, so I was like, let me be very transparent. And I said on the record, even the day that we selected Ed Peterman and I was voting for Ed Peterman, I said, I'm going to vote for Ed Peterman, but I really believe that Tony Lopez should be our city manager. To be very clear with you guys, I genuinely believe that. I've worked with Tony since I've been here in 2012. He's been here since 2004. He has a PhD in public administration, knows this town better than anybody else, is, in my opinion, one of the top public administrators in all of South Florida, if not in all of Florida. Somebody who I've worked closely throughout the years, and I genuinely believe that he is the best person to manage our town. And I was very clear back then to Ed Peterman the night before we selected him, and to make sure that I know that things get lost in translation, I put it on the record the night we voted for Ed Peterman. So you go back, I said it back then, and 4 years later, I still believe the same thing. And I think time has come that Tony is our city manager. To be very frank with you guys, I really, really believe he's the most talented member of our staff when it comes to municipal management by far. If this were a sports team, if this were a private organization, if this were any sort of organization except government, we wouldn't even have this discussion. So to that effect, I just want to make a motion to officially appoint Tony Lopez as our city manager. Seeing no second, the motion fails, which is fine. I'm going to try, but I genuinely believe, again, I'll just repeat myself, that Tony should be leading our community forward. I'll be voting no on this tonight, just because I don't believe a municipal manager of 20 plus people should be getting paid more than the governor of our state. So just putting that on the record. Any further discussion on this item?
Yeah, Mayor.
Yes, Councilman Albers.
Yeah, I'll be voting no just specifically on the salary. I believe that we adopted salary increases for town staff. I think the manager should be equivalent to that. 5% COLA would increase the salary to $87.50. 8% COLA would increase it by $14,000. I believe the original salary was $175.
186.
186. So I had it at 175, but doing the math at 186, you're still not looking at that increase of a 5% COLA. I would have an appetite more for discussing with my colleagues 5 or 8%. So I don't know if that's something that we wish to entertain, but if salary stays at 215, then I will not be supporting the employment agreement. Motion to discuss anywhere from a 5 to 8% COLA increase for the town manager's employment agreement.
I'll second that. Discussion on Councilman Alvarez's motion.
So
Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Motion by Councilmember Alvarez, seconded by Mayor Sid, to discuss a possibility for the COLA for the town manager to be from 5 to 8%. Councilmember Alvarez.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo.
No.
Councilmember Diegues.
No.
Councilmember Ruano.
No.
Councilmember Fernandez.
No.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
No.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The motion fails.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Back onto the main motion. If there's no further discussion, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Item 13A, main motion. Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Diegues.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez.
No.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
No.
The motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're on to the next item, 13B, Town Attorney Contract. Councilman Diegues.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What you have in front of you is the town attorney's agreement to put them on a contract for a certain number of years as opposed to a continuing evergreen agreement. Some quick highlights is that it will run for approximately 3 years. It has a provision for notice in which if the town chooses to terminate or if the agreement, there will be a 60-day period in which we need to grant them in order for them to transition out of office as our town attorney and allow us time to locate new counsel or at least interim counsel. There's also discussion here regarding the use of a town hall office by the town attorney. But those are really the three main highlights. It's that it's a 3-year contract, addresses the issue of the office here at Town Hall for the use by the town attorney, and also that there's a 60-day notice provision. The attorneys are on board with this contract as it is drafted. Therefore, I move to adopt the proposed contract for the town attorney. Second.
Discussion.
Mayor.
Councilman Alvarez.
Josh, Councilman Diegues, thoughts on instead of making this a 3-year contract, making it a 4-year to be aligned with the town manager? Is there a reason why there's a preference for 3 over 4?
For me, it's just about flexibility. Again, the town attorney's office is separate from the town manager's office. They're both charter officers, but the town manager's office is more of an employee versus the town attorney, which are more contractors that we bring from the outside, and they provide legal advice when we request it. It's not really for any particular reason, but it does give us flexibility to keep it at 3. And again, I will note that the town attorney was okay with that provision.
I'm going to make a motion just to make it uniform across the board, since there's a lot of synergy in our community here, and just make the town attorney's contract 4 years.
I'll second.
Discussion to that end?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So I will not be supporting the amendment. The town attorney is a vital part of the town manager selection process, and I think it's detrimental to have both processes occur simultaneously. or at least have the mention of renewing both contracts at the same time.
So I withdraw my motion, and I'm gonna go to what I did initially, and I make a motion to make it 5 years.
Second.
I have discussion on that.
Discussion to that effect, Councilman Dieguez and Councilman Ron.
Thank you. I think 5 years is now going way too long also on that front. And I think also, you know, we're constantly talking about tying future council's hands, and I certainly think that would tie a future council's hands. So I will be voting no.
Councilwoman Ron.
Mr. Mayor, in full transparency, I wasn't in favor of any contract particularly. I wanted to remain as it was. So in the conversations that we all had sunshine meetings. In the conversations, in order for me to be fully transparent, I would have preferred 2 years because that's what's left on my tenure here on the dais. 3 years was, you know, the max that I would support. So anything above 3 years, I won't be supporting tonight.
Thank you, Councilwoman Ron. Any further discussion on the side? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Motion by Mayor Sid, seconded by Vice Mayor Rodriguez for the contract of the town attorneys to be extended for 5 years. Council Member Alvarez.
Yes.
Council Member Dieguez.
No.
Council Member Ruano.
No.
Council Member Collazo.
No.
Council Member Fernandez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're back onto the main motion as amended. Any further discussion to that end? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
The motion as amended once. Council Member Collazo.
Yes.
Council Member Alvarez.
Yes.
Council Member Dieguez.
No.
Council Member Fernandez.
Yes.
Council Member Ruano.
Madam Clerk, can you please repeat what we're voting on? I'm sorry.
Yes, the main motion is amended. It was just amendment, the amendment by Mayor Sid, seconded by Vice Mayor Rodriguez to extend the contract of the town attorneys instead of 3 years as drafted to 5 years was approved. That was the amendment that was approved. So now you're voting on the main motion as amended.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. No.
Absolutely. Your vote is?
No.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Rodriguez
Yes.
and Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The motion as amended passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're on to item 13C, Budget Year-End Revision. Our Employee of the Year, Melissa Hernandez.
Yep, this is the year-end closeout of last fiscal year. This, by state statute, has to be completed by the end of November and transmitted to the state. It's just a closeout of all of the individual lines. This is just a snapshot also of what the potential carry forward will be. This is not a final number. What this did, after this resolution is passed, then all of our books are turned over for to the auditors. They'll audit our books, and after we have audited financial statements, those will be presented together with the carry forward to you at the end of the first quarter of calendar 23. So sometime probably in March, you'll get that, and the number that is estimated here for the carry forward will be a final number.
Any motions to that effect?
I'll move the item.
I'll second.
Please give another, just for the record. Yes, Vice Mayor.
I have a motion that I'd like to make, an amendment. If we have any carry forward, I'd like the council to consider, since I won't be here, if the Optimus Park bond project passes, that we implement the carry forward amounts to reduce the amount of the Optimus Park bond. So we borrow less funds and we use these monies to pay for that project.
Second.
Discussion. Can you repeat that one more time just for the record?
Yes. In the event that the November election results in the park bond being approved, the proposed carry forward budget from 2022 would be used to reduce the amount of the bond and complete the project. So I don't want it to increase the amount. I want to reduce the amount that we are borrowing and use these funds to do so.
State Vice Mayor Rodriguez, just state an example for the record.
So if their budget carry forward ends up being $1 million, right? What's the amount?
Yeah, it's estimated to be, let's say, round numbers, 1.5. So what you're proposing is, instead of borrowing $19.5 million, we would only borrow $18 million.
Ideally, you would borrow even less than that, but
Right.
I want you to apply these carry forward funds to borrow less money to complete the project.
Right, and just as a caveat, during the budget process, there were some things that were discussed about possibly being considered with the carry forward. And you're not voting on the carry forward is not before you now. This is just an estimate.
I understand.
But this is, I guess, more like an intent statement.
Correct.
Right.
Any discussion on this item, council? Yes, Councilman Collazo.
Yeah, I don't have any issues, and the manager kind of prefaced something which I was immediately thinking about, which the rebate for the seniors that you discussed. I wanted to make sure that we kept all of those. So we're just, I guess what we're voting on is the intent to reduce, but we're not throwing any of those other things out, correct?
Well, what we'll do is when we bring you the final numbers, audited numbers, we'll bring it before you. In the memo, we'll lay out for you the items from the discussion during the budget process that you discussed about maybe, and then we'll have you in March make that final decision about how much goes to the same discussion. So we'll put, reducing the bond debt, the senior rebate, some of the other things that were discussed about possibly being funded with the carry forward, and then in March, the council
The speed bumps.
The speed bumps, right. So we'll put all that before you, and then you'll make a final decision.
Right, so the idea is to add the reduction of the Optimus Park bond as one of the items for these funds to be allocated.
You know, if you would have listened to me on my motion for the manager, we could have saved about $350,000 a year, and it would have gone to the park over 30 years. It would have been $10.5 million, by the way, for the park. Just want to put that on the record. Any further discussion on this item? Councilwoman Ronald wasn't here, so I don't think she heard what the motion was. To her benefit, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
10.5.
Yes, the amendment by Vice Mayor Rodriguez, seconded by Councilmember Fernandez, is that if there is a carry forward and if the bond passes, for the amount of the carry forward to be applied and to be applied towards the amount of the bond. So instead of the bond being 18 million, 17 million, it would go down. That's what Vice Mayor proposed, to reduce the amount of the bond, to apply the carry forward, whatever amount it is. So I think
To have it
I think the
added
manager
as an
stated-
item for consideration, because I know we
Right.
have other items that we discussed, the speed humps, the senior rebates, and certain other things that we discussed. I just want this to be added as an item for you guys to discuss. Once you identify the amount of the carry forward, in order to reduce the amount of the bond as much as possible.
I'd like to add an amendment.
Thank you, Vice
to that.
Mayor.
I'd like to add an amendment to that. And the same, if the bond fails, to apply the money towards the refurbishment of the park, whatever that plan B may be, right? So not just of the successful passing, but if the failure of the park bond goes through, that those monies be allocated to whatever alternative design we may consider.
I second that as well.
My only challenge with this is that while it's great, there's going to be somebody sitting here starting next Tuesday, so I don't want to tie their hands when it comes to that carry forward, which that's the only time maybe that individual has, you know what, I heard from residents that we had to fix this street, or you know what I mean? So yeah, I won't be voting in affirmative. Usually when folks are campaigning, that's when they see the best, they see the clearest, so maybe they bring in some good ideas. Yes, Councilman Alvarez.
Mr. Manager, just when you're putting that proposal before us, if you can also incorporate, some of those pedestrian lit up crosswalks. Obviously, you heard somebody talk about Northwest 67th, but I know that Carlos Acosta provided a priority list. And remember we talked about last month that we can look at minimizing costs by just putting the flashers not on the floor but on the poles So kind of just walking through that, and if that can be included in what your proposal will be to us in March, that'd be appreciated.
Will do.
So just to put us in the proper posture, we have a second amendment by Councilman Collazo.
Did somebody second that?
I did, yeah. I did.
Okay, there's a motion and second, the first one. On Councilman Collazo's item, the one that he wants to, just discussion on that.
Yeah, well, actually, I had a question for you.
Okay.
On the comment. These are items that we're putting on here for consideration. So it's not anything that we're being held to.
It's to be added to the list for you guys to discuss whenever
Okay.
you get the carry forward, yes.
Okay, thank you.
On Councilman Collazo's item, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed?
Aye.
Seeing none, the motion
No.
passes. Councilman Dieguez, a no. On,
Oh, okay, thank you.
you know what, put me as a no as well. And
So 2 noes.
yes. On Vice Mayor Rodriguez's item as amended, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
No. 2 noes. I don't feel so lonely tonight. Thank you, Councilman Dieguez. Now we're back on to the main budget revisions as amended. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Item 13C, main motion is amended twice. Councilmember Alvarez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
No.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
No.
The motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We are on to the next item, which is item 13D, which Councilman Alvarez combined with item 14E, which is my item. Councilman Alvarez, I know Renee's here, and
Does the combined item need a
yes.
waiver?
So, Council, I do apologize on my waiver of the rules for my item. I was traveling, and my town phone was not working, and my emails were stuck in like a weird state. So, yeah,
I'll move to waive it.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to the 2 items that were combined, legislative priorities.
State legislative priorities, a resolution of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, setting forth legislative priorities for fiscal year 2023-2024, authorizing town manager or his designee to pursue funding for legislative priorities, authorizing the town manager to execute any agreement in furtherance of advancing legislative priorities, authorizing the town manager to expend budgeted funds, authorizing town clerk to remit a copy of this resolution to town lobbyists, the Southern Group, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Councilman Alvarez, or
I know we're gonna be meeting with Representative Fabricio and Brian Avila soon. So I'm good with all these projects. One of the things that I was talking to Representative Fabricio is what's gonna be the appetite for the legislative. What are going to be the legislative priorities this year too? Like, what there's going to be an appetite for to fund, and the irony of it. We had this presentation today here for special needs, and I kind of started having a discussion with them about, will the state have like an appetite for funding like an all-inclusive special needs, facility, where we can enhance all this type of programming that we're doing now. Kind of like what they do at the South Florida Autism Charter School, specifically for, educational purposes. So I look forward to kind of continuing that conversation when we go over the priorities with them to see if there will be an appetite, and if it's the will of the council to kind of go in that direction. I know that we've been very heavy on much-needed drainage projects, and also some infrastructure projects as well, but that might be something that if there is an appetite, this council and the mayor can discuss if this is an item that we want to prioritize and try to fund kind of a special needs, all-inclusive facility where we can offer additional programming from what we currently have.
Right. The projects that you have before you here were as a result of the Sunshine meeting that was conducted back in September. If you remember back several months ago when we laid out kind of the legislative priority calendar for you, we put in the meeting with the elected officials because last year we had it and it proved to be valuable so that nobody's wasting their time submitting projects that really aren't going to go anywhere. So, and remember that this whole thing usually is a zero-sum game, right? So It's not, you submit 20 projects, doesn't mean you're gonna get 20 projects submitted. And at some point, historically, what has happened over the last few years is we've been asked by our lobbyists and so forth, hey, give me your top 2, or give me your top 3, at most. And then that's the ones that they really push because, you know, they have to distribute money to municipalities and local governments throughout the entire state. So what we had projected was this would be, we had proposed would be adoption of this set of projects, which was the result of the Sunshine meeting. It looks like we have the meeting scheduled, or they're attempting to schedule, the clerk's office is attempting to schedule for December for this council, or the newly constituted council, to meet with Representative Fabricio and Senator Avila. They would give you their take on what they feel they can support, because they're the ones who are gonna sponsor these projects. And then in January, you would have a revised list before you, post that meeting with the elected officials, for you to fine-tune this list to what are the projects. And in that conversation, when we meet with the elected officials, probably be the best time to propose something that's not on this list, to see what the appetite is. But it would always be in lieu of something that's on here. So like you mentioned, it would probably always be in lieu of a drainage project, or consideration of 59th Avenue, or something else. So it's a zero-sum game. There's only a certain number of dollars, and we're only gonna probably be funded for maybe 2 to 3 projects max.
Anyone else?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes. Whoever else wants to jump in, Councilwoman Ruano.
Thank
and then
you.
Vice Mayor.
So, obviously, our elections are still, you know, underway. And so the Optimist Park is something that I would like to add to this list in the event that,
Second.
right, in the event that the bond doesn't go through. It's something that we've seen a lot of chatter among the community asking us to request funding assistance from other sources. So that's something that I don't know if we need to amend this now, or if we just want to wait and see.
Councilwoman, I'm with you 1,000,000%, except for one little word. I don't think it's like whether it passes or not. I think it should be a legislative.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
The ask should be there whether it
The
passes
ask
or
should be
not.
there one way or another.
Yeah.
I agree with you on that, absolutely.
And I actually had a question about that. You mentioned about when we do projects, it's in lieu of other projects. I think, and all of us know, that when we've had discussions with representatives and lobbyists, what they've always told us is you have a higher likelihood of getting funding for water projects and infrastructure projects, and parks are always last, right? They've always told us, the 4 years that I've been here, that has always been the information. There's no appetite in Tallahassee. Representative Fabricio has said that he would be happy to make the request. I would not want the request to be in lieu of any of these things. If there is special park funding, we can apply for that. But I would hate it to be in lieu of a drainage project or a roadway project. So I'm just making sure that that's very clear. If there is specific grants for this, then yes. If we have to do away with a drainage project where we are more than likely to get the funding, as we have in the past, then I would not want to prioritize that. So
Yeah, as you mentioned, usually every year, every session, based on who's in the governor's mansion, who are the leaders in the 2 chambers of the legislature, there's usually kind of there's a priority, right? And historically, over the last at least few years, it's been water projects, drainage projects, as well as infrastructure. That's been the priorities. So and I assume that that'll be probably close to being the same this next session coming up, but it may be different, and that's something that should get flushed out in the conversation with Representative Fabricio and Senator Avila.
Mr. Mayor.
Excellent.
Councilman Diegues.
I'm inclined to support the Councilwoman's amendment. The reason being is that based on my conversation with Senator Avila when we took him on a tour of the town, he was very clear that a lot of it is also how you couch the issue. We've repeatedly discussed how drainage is a major component of not only the needs, but of the project proposed for the Optimist Park. So I still think that it's worth throwing in there and trying to see if we can get it through as a water project, or at least that component of the project in as a water project, where we have an increased chance of being able to get it through, and that I think it will turn it less into a park issue and more into, again, what really is a very important need there at the park, a drainage issue. So that's why I'm inclined to support and why I would ask everyone to include it as well.
Good.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes.
The dollar value would be the entire nut, or do you want to
The
put that in?
drainage.
The drainage
Just
portion,
the
I would
drainage
say.
components of the park?
Correct.
Got it.
Still on this item, I know one of the items that was brought up was my item. I just wanted to put this on as this is not a funding item, but it's more of a proviso item that goes into the budget conversations and overall just the state legislative conversations. This happened years ago when Senator Rubio was speaker. He came up with a plan to eliminate property taxes and use sales tax revenue to subsidize local cities. I just wanted to put it on there as a conversation. If we can be the pilot for the state to eliminate the portion of Miami Lakes property taxes from our residents, and then the sales tax revenue that's derived from our town be geared towards paying for our police department. I could tell you, and the vice mayor could tell you, we send a lot of money every month back just in sale tax, and that's just one business. Imagine all the dozens and dozens and hundreds of businesses in our town that send money back, that collect sales tax for the state and send it back. You're talking about millions of dollars. So I think this could work, and it is. I know the legislature is always open to different policy ideas, and this could be one that could be a big victory for our state representatives and a bigger victory for our residents. But I think we could be the example of how that could work by eliminating the property tax portion. So I just want to make a motion to add that as one of our legislative priorities, not as a funding item, but more as a policy item.
I'm going to second that for discussion, and I had actually a question.
Vice Mayor.
When the way that works, is there any increase or change in the sales tax portion, or do we just receive whatever sales tax is collected within the town, we have priority over it? Is that how it works?
So the idea, this is something I remember what Senator Rubio did because I was up there and I wanted to bring it back for discussion and offer Miami Lakes as the example. But yeah, whatever portion up to, I think our police contract's up to $8.2 million, $8.5 million, up to $8.5 million that we eliminate that property tax portion from our residents and
So it's just like the equivalent of
whatever
we would have collected in real estate tax.
Yep, which we send a lot more in sales tax back.
Got it.
To the state. So
Okay. Yeah, I'll be supporting the item.
But
Sounds
it
like an
is
interesting idea.
a policy idea to specifically for leadership in Tallahassee that's going in that wants to look at different portions. Yes.
I'm sorry, and maybe it's just been a long day for me. So we would receive the equivalent of what we would receive in ad valorem, or is it consumer-based? Like, will it fluctuate, or will we receive the equivalent to exactly what our
From what
police
we receive
contract is?
in what's in ad valorem, which is pretty much what our police contract is. Yeah.
So every year we would receive whatever our ad valorem numbers would have been. So we're not losing any revenue.
No.
And
Under
there's
this
no-
plan, we wouldn't lose any.
Right, and there's no potential to lose any in the future.
No. Based on all the businesses here in the town, we send a lot more. We would have to do a budgetary analysis.
Right, I'm just cautious of
78
having a
million.
consumer-based,
78 million we send in tax of the 6% portion, not the 1 penny sales tax. The 6% we send 78 million.
Just Miami Lakes.
And it's not exact to the penny because we have to flush out if anybody puts, Hialeah instead of Miami Lakes, or they put Miami Lakes and they really are north of the Palmetto. So those little odds and ends could have to be flushed out. But as a round number, 78 million is what the businesses in Miami Lakes send to the state of Florida.
So $8 million, 8 point wouldn't be that big.
But then the state
out
would
of the
not,
$78 million.
then the
that
state
was-
would not get that money.
But it is an opportunity for the state. They have many, many revenues. As an example of how this tax swap could work, where a lot of our residents, especially our younger residents, constantly complain to us that they pay extremely high property taxes. So I think it's an idea. It's been brought up before. It almost passed. The League of Cities had an issue with it, but I think if we proffer the town as a pilot program for a year or two, I think our residents would be very happy because we're not raising the sales tax. We're already sending $78 million from the town borders. So which
I
is
had one more question. If something like that were to happen, I'm assuming you still have to set a millage, right? Because you need to calculate what your, I guess, required replacement would need to be.
Can we raise it at that point?
So that we get more sales tax.
More
That's
sales
kind of what yeah. So, I mean, I guess it's just things to
it'll-
be flushed out.
no,
I like the idea. I
It
mean,
will
I
get
think it's-
flushed out through if leadership in Tallahassee, it'll get flushed out through the legislative process.
Okay.
That I
I'll still be supporting the item.
Got it. Any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. We're back on to the state legislative priorities as amended. Any further discussion on the state legislative priorities as amended? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll on Resolution 13D.
Councilmember Goyaso stepped out. Councilmember Alvarez.
Yes.
Councilmember Diegues.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I think the next item, 13E, which is the independent auditing services, I think the auditors that are here, they asked if it could be moved to the end of the meeting because they wanted to wait a little bit longer. No, just, but, Mr. Attorney, please,
A resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, approving the shortlist established by the Auditor Selection Committee and approving the committee's recommendation to award RFP 2022-30 independent auditing services to one of the 3 highest-ranked firms, authorizing the town manager to take all necessary steps to implement the terms and conditions of the contract, authorizing the town manager to expend budgeted funds, authorizing the town manager to execute the contract, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for an effective date.
is there a motion?
I'll move it.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. I've never seen JC at City Hall, so I would love for you to come up and give a speech, say a few words. No. No, I just wanted to thank your staff because I could tell you our accounting staff, and I'm sure Kay can speak on it. They've worked very hand in hand with you guys. You guys worked very hard. I remember seeing your staff, how happy they are, how focused they are. I don't know if Kay, you want to say any words to that effect, or you're got it. But yeah, I just wanted to say thank you guys for your hard work, and I know you guys went through the RFP process again, and again, you guys prevailed. So keep up the good work to that effect. Madam Clerk,
Mr. Mayor, if I may?
Yes, Councilwoman Ron.
Thank you so much. So I was happy to participate in the Audit Selection Committee, Auditor Selection Committee. I wanted to thank both Kay and Natalie for the wonderful work that they did and the smooth meeting that we had. It was absolutely fabulous. And there was one thing that was brought up in the meeting that I just wanted to bring it up for your, not for this particular bidding process, but for your consideration. One of the items that was discussed was the local preference points and whether or not those local preference points should factor in when there's a just difference in pricing. So if the local preference points are what takes one of our bids over and awards that bid to the #1 slot, but that particular vendor is at a higher price, is that something that we have taken into consideration? So we discussed that at the meeting, and it's not part of our our local preference points. It's not discussed at all. So nothing to do with this particular bid. I'm happy to have you guys continue on staff with us. But moving forward, I made a commitment that I would bring it up on the dais and have us look into that in the future to see if we want to take a look at pricing when we include local preference points.
Sounds good. It's a good point. Well made. Got it. Awesome. Maybe that, yeah, for sure. I don't know if we have to bring that up as an item or a change to our local preference ordinance.
I would imagine so. The Graham companies, I believe it was the CFO? No, CFO from the Graham companies just wanted me to bring it up because the Graham companies, they will award local preference points, but they will not award a contract to a higher bid.
Got it.
Just because of that. So we'll have to at some point, take a look at that.
Definitely. Good. Fantastic point. Any further discussion, council, on this item? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Motion to approve item 13E. Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Member for Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez is absent. Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes.
And Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're on to the next item, Resolution 13F, amending the special rules of order.
Yeah, this just formalizes the action, the new business item that Councilmember Alvarez brought up a couple meetings ago to move the deadline for submittal of new business items from 12 noon to 12 midnight of that same day.
Councilman Alvarez. If you want to make a motion, I mean.
Motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Motion to approve item 13F. Councilmember Alvarez.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez is absent. Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're on to item 14A. I know Councilmember Dieguez is outside. Let me move on to my item 14B. I need a waiver of the section.
I'll move it. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Wanted to bring this up. The town used to be a bird sanctuary for a long, long time. I had several residents contact me to that effect, that they would love to see the town be more bird friendly. So I ended up doing some research, and I saw that there are these platforms that can be put at different parks, green spaces, and would love to direct staff to see if there's some grant opportunities, which I'm sure there's different groups out there, environmental groups, that would be more than happy to partner with us. So I just want to make a motion to direct staff to start looking into this and see if there's any funding opportunities for these bird stations that we can install throughout our parks.
Second.
Discussion on this, Councilman Collazo.
Yes, Mayor. I'm not only going to second it, I'm going to reinforce it. This was something that I've done some research with staff on. When I first read your memo, it didn't talk about the bird stations, and I'm sorry that you didn't include it here either, because I think that would have been a little bit more illustrative for us to see what you were talking about. I actually thought you were going down the path of looking at a bird sanctuary designation by the Audubon Society or other types of organizations. At least that's what I was able to take away from the memo. I would encourage us to continue going down that path as well, not just stop at the bird stations or these items that we're looking at, but actually looking for a bird sanctuary designation. I think that's what some of the residents have brought up forward to me. I spoke to the Garden Club, being one of the organizations that would also like to host or would like to be one of the partner organizations with it. This was about 2 or 3 years ago. But I would love to add not just the stations, but actually have the staff look into the bird sanctuary designation.
You're right, Councilman Collazo. I did put bird sanctuary designation, but I also put placing nesting platforms and for grant opportunities to be reviewed. Yeah, so I just went back and looked at it. So I'm fine with both of those, and they were both memorialized in the memo. So I'm good with it. Any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
The motion passes. Any opposed? The motion passes. We're going back to Councilman Dieguez's item 14A.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was speaking with Chair Miguel Martinez, and I believe he spoke with the rest of the council as well about, about the committee rules and why we have the 2-meeting requirement. But in that discussion with him, we identified 2 particular changes that would probably work to make the process more, less cumbersome, and also at the same time also more responsive to the appointing council member. So my item or my motion will be to modify the 2-meeting rule requirement so that the second meeting is between the chair and the person to be appointed, which will, of course, mean that they are not having to worry about whether or not a committee will meet quorum. It's a more flexible requirement. And secondly, to remove the language that requires that anyone that will be removed from the committee requires a majority vote of the council. I've always been a big believer in the council's right to appoint and therefore also to remove. It shouldn't be subject to a majority requirement, but that is the motion.
I'll second.
Discussion on this item, discussion on this item, discussion on this item. Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
Just really, really briefly, and I apologize but I'll be very brief. But on your motion, Councilman, if I may, in discussion today, Ms. Hernandez, our Employee of the Year, brought up some very valid and great points about reviewing the committee rules, especially as they refer to our taking in of donations. And also in some of the categories of maybe the need to have maybe a treasurer, maybe a good thing for each of the committees. So I'd ask if you all can consider me bringing back some of those suggestions and working them out with Ms. Hernandez for your consideration along with your changes.
Just to make sure I heard that correctly, what you're asking that we also tack on there, or at least, give you permission to do, is to come back also with carry forward language as far as rules?
Well, with regards to the rules, we have a ordinance in place with regards to sponsorship, but those rules on how they work with committees are not memorialized in the committee rules on how each committee should handle the receipt of donations and how they should manage them. So perhaps have a section that discusses and touches upon those.
I would be fine making a motion to that effect as well, to include that as part of the revised resolution.
Second. Any discussion on the motion? Councilman Collazo.
Over the past couple meetings, we've heard public comments with regards to the possibility of student representation on the different committees that we sit on. And I know that's something that you've tackled in the past, especially with minors sitting. I'd like for that to be also something that we contemplate when we go back into the committee rules. I know the young man's been here lobbying for that, specifically for public safety, but I can see the value that student representation would bring. I'd like to see if maybe you can present us with some options that we can review.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Do you need a formal motion, or is that just kind of can be added to the hodgepodge?
I'll second the formal motion.
Yeah.
All right.
So we have direction.
All those in favor to this amendment?
Which one are we voting?
Collazo's,
The amendment to
students.
Lewis's item. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
You have one no. The motion passes. We're back on to the main item.
No. We had an amendment by Councilman Dieguez at the request of the attorney to add some additional items.
Got it. All right.
Regarding sponsorships.
We have
Correct.
an amendment. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. All right, so we're back onto the main motion as amended. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We are on to the next item.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, a point of order. I'd like to make a motion to waive section 7.2 of the special rules of order for the remaining items on the agenda rather than
I'll
doing it
second that.
individually.
Yes.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Councilwoman Ruano.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Fernandez. The reason why I needed a waiver on this item is because it was time sensitive. So it's an event for the month of January, and so we weren't going to have enough time to put it together. January is Firefighter Cancer Awareness Month. So this item is to officially declare January First Responder Cancer Awareness Month in the town of Miami Lakes, as well as work in conjunction with the Public Safety Committee to host an evening First Responder Cancer Awareness Night here in the town of Miami Lakes, where all of the police officers and firefighters in our community can come and receive information regarding, the early detection of these types of cancers, working in conjunction with the Public Safety Committee.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Thank you, Councilman Ruano. We are on to the next item, Councilman Dieguez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The spirit of this item and the reason why it's coming back in a certain form is speaking to some residents, not only during the campaign season, but including some others that are not under any enforcement action, but understand, I guess, this market. I spent some time with them going through the West Lakes area, going through even East Miami Lakes, looking at the various types of turf. And it was explained to me the difference between turf that was well installed and turf that was not well installed. And you can easily tell the bad looking product from the good looking product. And usually it's a matter of whether somebody was trying to get a quick and dirty job or whether somebody was trying to get it done correctly. I'd like to, recognizing though that both the technology with respect to artificial grass has improved so that it is pervious and allows for drainage, and also recognizing that the aesthetic look and feel of it has also substantially improved from what existed before. What I'd like to do is direct staff to go ahead and propose a rule scheme in which artificial turf is allowed, subject to certain permitting requirements, in which they'd even have to go through a final inspection to ensure that the work was done correctly and in a way that is aesthetically right and fits with the town, and also would permit it on front yards. Again, this does not include homes that are on a lake, on a slope in particular. This is intended just for front yards and creating a regulatory scheme that will permit it, but also ensure that it adheres to our high standards.
I'll second that.
Discussion, yes.
Yeah, I wanted to
Vice
add
Mayor.
one point, and specifically regarding the West Lakes area. The portion of the swales in front of those homes are very small, right? Which is very hard to maintain if you had that grass. But if you put the artificial turf, I've seen in that area specifically how it looks very nice and it's very easy to maintain. So I would actually ask if we can put in to allow in the front yards and the swales, but the swales to a size limitation. Because what I don't want is to have large pieces in the swale portion. I don't want the entire grass to be made, but in that specific area, because the areas are 100 square foot patch and it's cement, it's not grass up to your neighbor's grass. If you understand what I'm saying.
I do, and the swale, of course, is, even though the homeowner is responsible for maintaining it, it's technically town property. My concerns there are, again, part of what I've noticed is that, people see that it happened at one home, and then, they're going to start saying, hey, why can't I do it in my swale? That behavior basically is going to migrate over to the east side. That's where I start to have some concern. Plus, also, like, if there's going to be I'm not saying that it's discrimination, but, like an equal protection type issue in which we're saying this set of people on it's our land.
No, but it's a size issue. It's not an issue of location. If there's another area, if there's a townhome area that has a similar issue where they have a small patch, that is something that you would not otherwise require them to pay a lawn maintenance company or buy a weed whacker or a lawnmower for a 100 square foot patch, that we allow them to do that in the front of their homes. Because what ends up happening is they have those small patches, the grass ends up dying, and it looks a lot worse than have we just let them put permitted, done properly, so it drains well in this 100 square foot patch.
Sorry, just to respond to him, I would be fine with with having with having staff consider that, in terms of a size limitation, if you wanted to make that amendment.
Yes, I would like to make that amendment.
So specifically, and sorry, Councilwoman Morano, but on this amendment, do you want to say something on the amendment or on the item overall? Okay, on the amendment, let's, discussion on the amendment.
Well, there hasn't been a second yet on the
I thought he made a motion, I thought you seconded.
I'll second for discussion.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, Councilwoman Morano.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is always my fear with these items where we start to dabble into things that we haven't dabbled before. When we first discussed artificial turf, it was only in the backyards where you can't see it, where it's not visible, because artificial turf, it's very subjective, right? Depends on what kind you install, it depends on what color it is, it depends on a lot of things. Then we moved into, well, the individuals that have those driveways that are predominantly concrete but only have the little strips in the middle, the grass won't survive there, so then we moved into, okay, only in the front yard, but for those tiny little strips. And I understand that there's a lot of residents, I've had individuals in my community as well that have used the artificial turf on the swales because the canopy of the trees doesn't allow the grass to grow. Aesthetically, to me, no matter what kind you use, it doesn't look right. It looks off, it's a different color, it just doesn't feel like real grass or look like real grass. So although I know that there are some residents that would like to see these things, for me, I definitely, the swales is a place where I would definitely not want this to happen. And in the front yards, you know, I'd have to see what staff would come back with, but I feel like we continue to inch towards, you know, as the aesthetics of the community just not looking the same.
Got it. On the amendment, any further discussion? Just the amendment, seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
Any opposed? Two noes. Two noes. There are two noes on the amendment. On the main motion as amended, is there any further discussion?
I just wanted to clarify that the motion is also to include the other sentence in the memorandum, which is that, you know, until we finally decide which direction we're going to go, to also temporarily halt enforcement and prosecution of existing enforcement actions with respect to the artificial turf until we hear from staff and make a decision on that. Just so that, you know, it's only fair to kind of have those pending while we make our final decision as well.
I'll second that.
Well, I just wanted to say that was intended to be incorporated as part of the, the item.
Okay, you withdraw your second?
Yes.
There was no submotion. Wait a second. I do want to say, I appreciate you bringing this up, Councilman Dieguez, because I remember the first time this was brought up, it was a little bit more contentious, right? And I don't think we got to the point where the homeowners wanted to get to in regards to their backyards, right? The setbacks, the certain areas. Where I appreciate it, I know at first you were against it, but I think you see in the community what's going on, specifically in West Lakes. And you look in West Lakes, you look at folks, a lot of folks, I grew up there, who've put, you know, concrete all over their yards. It's not something we can retroactively change, but I think this is a good alternative to that because it helps with drainage. But I think if we come up with a uniform way with Susanna, and I know Danny, they're very practical people. I think there's an opportunity to do something good, but I also agree I don't want to see it. There's like the east side of town, right? So that beautiful lawns, and there has to be a balance, and that's where there has to be a common sense. On the enforcement side, I can tell you where I appreciate Danny is that he utilizes common sense, and he's not one of these folks who's a zealot to, hey, no, you know, he tries to help people, but at the same time keeping up with our standards. But I do want to be very careful down that path, but I do agree specifically in zero lot line areas where there isn't enough area there for the grass to grow properly, and folks have put, you know, tons and tons of concrete on there. So I think there's an opportunity. If you drive, I encourage the council to drive through West Lakes, talk to some of those residents. Again, it's not for every zoned area of our town, but specifically the zero lot line, which is a different type of zoning, and how the easements work for drainage. But literally, there's areas there that no grass can grow. So I think this is a good alternative for staff to come back. I will tell you, this is not going to be easy. When I tried it the first time, the Planning and Zoning Board doesn't want to see any of this. So, and I can tell you, there's a lot of people in our community that are in favor, and there's a lot of people that aren't. It's kind of like the boat issue, right? Where you have tons of people that are in favor, so, you know, we're never going to make everybody happy on this. So but I'm fine with going through this review and working with folks and trying to see if there's an alternative. So I'm okay with this vote tonight. Any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We are on to the next item, which is item F. Just want to bring this up. It's been pending for so long. I know so many of our residents that ride bike. I myself have gone out there, I've ridden bike down 87th Avenue the last couple months. It is extremely dangerous. I ride on the sidewalk, I'm not going to lie, because riding on that street portion, it is incredibly dangerous. There are people that drive, unfortunately, on 87th. I'm sure you can ask when we do enforcement runs 80 miles per hour, 70 miles per hour. So in line to what we have done in regards to our swales and the medians on 87th Avenue, on 67th Avenue, I think I want to direct staff to work with County Public Works where we can maybe just do the armadillos or delineators and work out an agreement before we do it where the county reimburses us for that. We've already driven with the Public Works Director. He is fully in favor of installing those there. We've already driven with the county mayor. She is fully in favor of that, and our county commissioner fully in favor. The challenge is the county's bandwidth is very low right now. So they're running all over the place trying to produce rapid bus lanes, do a bunch of different stuff throughout the county. So this is low in the totem pole. But I think if we're able to work out an agreement with the county that we get reimbursed or they pay us to do this, I think it could be a win-win where we can deliver this for our residents. It's been pending for 3 years already. So I think it's time. So just want to make a motion to that effect, directing staff to work directly with county staff to get this done ASAP. Where we install it, they reimburse us or they give us the money up front. But either way, report back to the council with those findings.
Second.
Discussion on this. Yes, Councilwoman Ruano.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like staff, when they bring it back to us, to bring us a couple of options. I'm not sure how many different delineator types there are, but if they could bring us back options to see what would look the best and what won't. I know when they start to get hit by cars, they start to get dingy and ugly, and so just something that there might be something new, right? That isn't.
Yeah,
So
it'll be in that discussion with them about the agreement. They'll probably have an opinion as to what they would approve or not. So maybe they'll have options. Maybe they'll allow the delineators as well as the armadillos, and then you guys can consider that. But they may say, no, the only thing we want is this or that or whatever. And then that'll all get flushed out and we'll bring it before you.
perfect. Thank you so much, Mr. Manager.
Any further discussion on this item? Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion passes. Some quick reports just wanted to talk about. The charity basketball game with Hialeah is set. Everybody's more than welcome to play. I think only like 3 or 4 staffers signed up. I know Jeremy's ready. He was the first one that was like, we gotta. Hey, I'm in. I promise you. If you guys are in.
I'm in. No. If I can play in my high heels.
Listen, you guys are all part of the team, so everybody's gonna play. But we're really not gonna practice. We're just gonna play. What's really cool is that the money's gonna go to the Women's Breast Health Initiative that's here in Miami Lakes. It's an awesome grassroots group that goes door to door. They provide free mammograms to women. They help them throughout the process if there's anything. But they're located here in Miami Lakes on Commerce Way, and it's a grassroots group that does incredible work. But every single one of you guys, just let me know if you're gonna play. Well, you're in. All right. That is true. But it's all gonna go to charity. The other one, the zip code. I would love for all you guys to go up there. I know Councilman Dieguez is gonna go and Councilman Fernandez is gonna go. I think we're booking flights already. So flights are going up, but I don't know. Every single one of you guys is more than welcome to go. I would love for you guys to go up there. And real quick, I know it wasn't on here, but on Friday, and where are you going, Councilman Coya? You know why he's running? You know why he's running? Because I'm about to report on the game against HML, against Goldman for the Cup. Goldman has won like 3 years in a row. The first year, he was all happy, but Goldman won 3 years in a row. It's this Friday at Mylander at 7:30. I would love for all you guys to go. They're gonna have us. They're gonna have us on the field the whole game, watching the game. It's gonna be a great time. We'd love for everybody to go out there. So I told them you guys might all go, but if you go, they're gonna have it reserved for everybody to go and watch the game. We're moving on to the monthly police report.
Mayor, point of personal privilege. I just want to congratulate my Padres. They just won the game, and I wasn't able to be on the field with them today, so just wanted to send them a congratulations.
right, good evening, Javi Ruiz, your town commander. In regards to crime, will continue to be down overall on targeted crimes by almost 14%. Our officers and detectives are continuing to work hard in responding to calls for service and conducting follow-up investigations. One incident of note was this past week when a homeless individual was causing a disturbance at Veterans Park. Some of you heard about that. The incident was critical because there were high school kids that were practicing for the Halloween event. Our officers quickly responded, quickly recognized this individual as one that was wanted for 2 other battery incidents that occurred within the town, and they quickly took him into custody and charged him accordingly with the battery. It also helped out Opelika detectives on one of their cases because this is an individual that travels around the areas and had committed a similar crime in Opelika as well. So we were able to close out with our case, their case as well. And in addition to that, our officers continue to monitor the park throughout the week during these Halloween practices, as well as the event itself, in order to ensure the safety and traffic control of the area while all these Halloween preparations and events were going on. This was also the first month of the overtime details that we were conducting. We conducted several traffic details and the burglary details. During the traffic details, we issued 56 citations as well as 26 educational verbal warnings. We also saw a reduction from 18 vehicle burglaries in October for last year to 14 this year, so little by little we're chipping away at it. Our detectives also located during one of the burglary details a subject of a residential burglary that occurred during the day previously that our detectives were investigating, so they were able to take him into custody during that burglary detail as well.
Major, was that one of the details that we added this fiscal year?
Yeah, one of the details that?
Was that one of the details that we added this
Yes.
fiscal year?
Yes, exactly, for the fiscal year. I didn't hear the last part of it.
No, thank you.
Perfect. One other incident note was we had an LPR hit last week that occurred on Friday when a vehicle was alerted with a robbery subject, the subject that our robbery detectives were looking for, who had committed armed robbery. The subject was our investigators, based on that information, and officers saturated the area where the LPR hit in Royal Oaks. They located the vehicle and they located the subject coming towards his vehicle and quickly took him into custody, transferred him off to our robbery detectives, and our robbery detectives interviewed him and were able to charge him for the robbery that they were looking for. So the robbery didn't occur in our area, but it's just another example of how the people coming into our area, it's highlighting and identifying those that are wanted for impactful and violent crimes. Finally, these next 2 months for us are going to be busy. Obviously, we're going into the holiday season, so we're working with town staff regarding the Veterans Parade coming up this weekend, ensuring safety and security and traffic control. Our officers are also planning with the Neighborhood Improvement Committee regarding some bike rides coming up. Our NRU will be assisting Barbara Goldman with some departmental assets for their upcoming career day. And then obviously with the holidays coming up, we'll be setting up directed patrols of shopping centers and business areas for high visibility in order to deter crime. And with that, I'll open it up for any questions or comments.
Councilwoman Verano, then Councilman Alvarez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Major. I have a question about what the speaker that was talking to us about the individuals that were sleeping at the park.
Mm-hmm.
I know that our parks are very dark at night. In particular, Veterans Park is extremely dark at night. The lights are not working properly, and so I have seen during early voting where we stay there a little bit later, picking up the things that need to be picked up. I have seen that sometimes our officers drive by, but there isn't any kind of sweep of the park.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any way that we can include that in our
Yes,
evening
we can,
activities.
and that's one of the things we started with Miami Lakes Optimus Park, and one of the things that she was referring to, we had already identified and started working on, working with Jeremy and his crew. They've been identifying, taking pictures, and letting us know when some of the people were sleeping over in the Optimus Park. As a result of that, my staff started hitting the park in the middle of the night, and then they would hide in certain dugouts, so the park staff would let us know.
Correct.
It's over here, and we would go and get them out, because obviously you're not supposed to be there in the middle of the night. As a result of that, all the other sweeps that we've been conducting lately have shown zero persons in Optimus Park. In terms of veterans, we haven't seen that many there, but I'll alert my midnight staff to start including that in their sweeps as well.
Right.
So
I
that they
haven't
can
seen
check
any
it.
as well, but I do realize I've received several phone calls, and now that I'm there in the evenings, when I go to my HOA meetings, which is like once a month, the lights, for some reason, they all turn off, and it is pitch black, particularly where the freebies are parked in the rear of the building. It is very, very dark. So I'm not sure if that, I haven't seen anyone there in the evenings, but there's a potential for them to be there. And another thing that I wanted to bring up was the increased number of homeless individuals that are in the town and that are sleeping in public areas, even in some of our commercial shopping centers. I've received multiple phone calls from residents. I've told them that if it's a private property, someone cannot be sleeping there in the evening. But I don't know if you guys are seeing, if your officers are seeing the same thing.
We are seeing a bit of it, and one example was recently that came to the attention of the town manager was one that occurred in the 7-Eleven. There was a lady that would be there throughout the day and came to our attention. Now, when I discussed it with my officers, many of them had already informed me that they've addressed it with the staff there. And a lot of times the staff is very hesitant because we don't want to make being homeless a crime, obviously.
Absolutely not, absolutely.
And our primary concern is actually to assist them. So whenever we, talk to the homeless and whenever we engage with them, it's always trying to get them to, let us transport them to some type of homeless shelter.
Absolutely. There's many services available to them. Being out on the street is dangerous for them.
Yeah, and so that one came to our attention because in the past, staff was very hesitant to give us the go-ahead, and I think they're hesitant because they're fearful. It's a nice lady that sits in the front. However, by the time we addressed it with them, it looked like their perceptions had changed because they've received some complaints from people in the neighborhood as well. And then we were able to talk to the lady, and she actually had a family member that was able to come and pick her up. So we were able to take care of that without resorting to any other type of enforcement. In terms of the other homeless, what we're seeing is, much like the example of the park, you'll have one that's in the park, and then when we push that person out, we'll find them later on somewhere else. And so, it's basically just keeping an eye on them to see where they jump from one place to another. We are meeting with several businesses as it comes up and identifying areas where we can do the We Care signs, and our community service officer is starting that project where, each and every time that comes up, he meets with the business owner and provides them with a packet that allows We Care sign to go up. And what the We Care sign is, obviously, me as a representative of Town Hall, I can walk outside right now because this is kind of like my home as well, and say to somebody, hey, you need to leave and issue a trespass warning. But the business across the street isn't my home. We need someone to give us the authority to tell the person, hey, we need you to leave. We simply can't tell the person to do that. Well, the We Care signs actually is an affidavit that allows us, on behalf of that owner, much like I could do it on behalf of, us here, to do that for these businesses. So the Grahams have done a great job of putting the We Care signs all over their properties throughout the town, but there's some areas that still require them here and there. So we're checking, each and every time we get one of these complaints, meeting with the business owners and saying, thanks for letting us know, providing the We Care package, and working with them in order to both educate and help us enforce.
Thank you. Absolutely. That is wonderful. And the fear is that there might be individuals that have a mental illness and that are dangerous in some way, and this incident that happened with the Youth Activities Task Force event it kind of brings all of that to light, right?
Yeah.
Where we don't want to be, you know, overprotective, and we don't want to in any way, you know, signal out individuals that are down on their luck, but at the same time, we have to take care of our residents.
Yeah,
So I appreciate that.
I was talking to one of the citizens regarding that, and, you know, I pointed out to them that out of the last, you know, 20 to 30 batteries that we've had, only, you know, 3 of them have been from 2 homeless subjects, 2 that applied to one and the other. So the reality is you should be more afraid of somebody who owns a house and somebody you know than, but you know, it is something that we are concerned about, mostly for their health and their benefit, and we don't want them to get involved in something, you know, that's harmful to the public and harmful to themselves
Absolutely.
as well.
So I appreciate you being so proactive on the issue. Thank you.
Ma'am.
Councilman Alvarez, you had something for the major. Is there anyone else? No, nobody else. So we'll end right after Councilman Alvarez.
Did we have a couple of crimes committed on Loch Ness Drive that you, if history serves you, do you recollect?
I can check, and it's something that we can look back, depending on what you might be referring to. I don't recall anything specific off the top of your head, but if there's a question that you have, we can always, I can research it if you give me a time frame.
A high value vehicle.
Like a burglary?
A high value vehicle was taken, a Bentley, which is quite significant.
Yeah, I think it's something along the lines that 2 incidents had occurred on Loch Ness Drive, and thank you, Councilman Collazo, but I don't recollect the last one, but it's something around those lines. So I know that Councilman Ruano has, you know, come up and mentioned a couple spots, but if you can just look into what those incidents were, and then especially now during the holidays, do you have any data on like common areas where there's shopping when you do your kind of your holiday campaign? Do you have any data on like areas like Main Street
Sure.
or like Costco that come in January? You can come back and say December of 2021 we had this many many incidents occur with robbery or whatnot at Main Street and at Costco, and in 2022 we decreased or we increased. I know municipalities across the state do different kind of holiday campaigns, so.
Sure, we don't have, I don't have data readily available concerning those specific shopping centers and specific crimes going on in them. I do know from both discussions with detectives, discussion with officers on the scene, and through prior experience, what crimes are most likely to occur in certain areas. So for example, in Costco, you don't have a lot because they're jam-packed. You do have some break-ins to the vehicles and the stolen vehicle that occurred there this past month. But they're so jam-packed that our main concern with Costco is a lot more of the traffic control in the area than it is, you know, for example, in the Office Depot off of 5-7, where one concern that we have there is people running in, grabbing a laptop, and then running out, looking at electronics. One of the biggest headaches we used to have here on Main Street was the Victoria's Secrets. The Victoria's Secrets that used to be there, I never asked for a business to, or I'm never happy for a business to close, and I'm still not, but that one was one where we had a lot of theft because it was very easy to grab things, throw it in your purse, and it was hard to get that business to come to court and actually testify as well as a representative. So a lot of the cases were dismissed as well. So my detectives made a bunch of arrests sitting at those locations, but then they would fall through in court. And so to further expand, we during the next holiday season, starting around, we kind of do this thing where we call it Grinch Busters, and we have officers patrol the shopping centers such as the Main Street, such as Costco, such as Office Depot, areas that might be targeted, the shopping center, over, even though it's the Winn-Dixie Shopping Center, but just in case. We may have them, park a patrol car. We used to park a patrol car right in front of Victoria's Secrets, as if somebody was going inside. And I'll have my detectives just park their vehicles and walk inside, look around for a little bit, and then come back out. So that's part of their whole routine during the holiday season.
Thank you. Thank you, Major.
Thank you.
Thank you for everything. Have a good night. Director Santos.
Good evening again, Council, Mayor. Omar Santos, Public Works Director. So for our roadway projects, I'm gonna highlight Northwest 154th Street and Palmetto Expressway turn lanes. The design was awarded last month, and the notice to proceed was also provided last month to the designer. They're currently in the pre-design phase, preparing the 30% plans for that project, and anticipate submittal to the town towards the end of November. Northwest 146th Street, Green 2.0, 90% plans have been completed and submitted to FDOT for review, and we're awaiting any response from FDOT regarding that project. Our Park West pedestrian bicycle improvement, this is a project that goes down Balgowan from Montrose, so 154 Montrose into Balgowan. That one, we're currently negotiating the design proposal with the highest ranked proposer. Anticipating having some comments back by next week, and hopefully towards the end of the month, having something concrete that we can present to DOT for concurrence to award and bring back to council for official award.
All right.
All right, that will be January.
All right.
Now we'll go to some of our drainage projects. As earlier we discussed, Northwest 83rd Place North drainage improvements that was awarded today are both our CEI and construction contracts. CEI would be the inspection services. Then we have West Lakes Gardens, second edition, and Alameda Northwest drainage. Though the NTP was issued, and we're anticipate groundbreaking during the beginning of December of this year. The other project that we have ongoing at the moment is West Lakes Gardens drainage. Today, we actually had the groundbreaking. The mayor and council, Dieguez, was there with us, and so far, everything's going well. Positive feedback from the residents that we met today. And Genesis Oaks Gardens, this will be what we call a northwest quadrant, so around Royal Oaks Park area. We have Genesis Oaks, that one is in the 100% design submittal preparation process. So we're anticipating that one to be ready soon, and so we can put out to bid for construction. In the ARPA projects, or the American Rescue Plan projects, we have the Royal Point Drainage Improvement. This is 158 Terrace, west of 82nd Avenue. That one's in the 90% plans preparation. And then another project we have a 90% plans preparation is Royal Oaks D, second edition, and fifth. This is spread out between Royal Oaks East and West, several areas that we put into one project. The backup generator for Roberto Alonso, the design contract was approved tonight, and we'll proceed in coordination with the DEO to award the contract to our designer. And last but not least, we have our regular roadway maintenance activities. I currently don't have updated numbers, as the contractors are still working and they haven't provided final numbers for the first few work orders. I'll have some by our next meeting. Any questions?
Two things. The generator currently at Royal Oaks, is that going to be moved to the youth center? You think that's the best location for it?
The current information I have as the plans is to move it to Mary Collins, but at the moment there is no plan to install it, to get it operational. We don't, it's funding.
It shouldn't be hard. I know I don't know if we still have the same handyman, but the ones that helped us out with the installation here and did the whole enclosure here, so wouldn't think that's too hard, but.
Yeah, I would have to get more details on that to give you.
The other one, I wanted to recognize you and Aniele specifically, because you guys do a great job with customer service. I saw it again today when residents weren't too happy with the construction because the garbage cans and Anieli and Omar made it happy. I mean, they literally work with the contractors out there. The contractors mark the garbage cans, they move it to certain sections and make sure that it gets picked up, then they move it back to the home. So those are the little things that make a big difference and keep people happy, right? That's what we want, is folks to be happy when these projects happen. So just wanted to recognize you guys for that, and I saw it firsthand, right? It's not, didn't hear it, I was able to witness that, so thank you.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And to that point, yes, absolutely, your customer service is fantastic. I always receive raving reviews from your department. I did receive 2 different phone calls from individuals in Royal Oaks that have kind of had like a, messy process with the contractors that are there. So if you can keep an eye on them, I know that they don't always, leave things the way they found them.
Yes.
So just keep an eye out, because I know that it's not your fault or our fault. It's just, the contractors that are there sometimes are just hired by these companies and not supervised. But the individuals that reached out to you and you went out to their homes were very, very happy with your customer service.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Omar. Any further questions of Omar Santos, our Public Works Director? Thank you, Omar.
Good evening.
Thank you very much. We're moving on to 4 reports, back to back to back to back, by our Parks Director, Jeremy Badgewan.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Jeremy Bagdown, Director of Parks and Recreation. The first report is on Miami Lakes Optimist Park. Not too much going on. There is a question, I believe, next Tuesday that's going out to the public, so that's kind of, just want to make sure we bring that back up. Outside of that, we just issued talking a little bit about the public safety, we just actually issued a work order for lights throughout the entire park, both clubhouse, pathway, and sports field lights this week. So whatever light or low light issues we have should be rectified this week. No, this is at Miami Lakes Optimist. Yeah. Veterans we were already working on as of last week, so there was a work order already issued for that as well. Other than that, we just have regular field maintenance going on, and the season is midway through. We heard a win earlier, so I hope we have a few other wins, and even those that lose still had fun. So any questions other than that on Miami Lakes Optimist?
I want Councilman Collazo, the Vice Mayor, and anyone else.
Go ahead. I just want to say thank you. I reached out to you. OLL was doing or is planning to do a softball tournament, and they had some questions, and you were there to meet with them and handle that. So thank you very much. I know they were very appreciative.
Councilman Collazo.
Thank you, Jeremy, and I want to thank you as well. The dugouts are working great. The kids are having fun. Everything at Optimist Park is firing on all cylinders. So just wanted to appreciate all the work that you put into that. One of the issues that I brought up to you just literally while you were sitting at the, I appreciate that you were already ahead of it. You already were on top of that. And just thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for taking care of those things. Appreciate it.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilwoman Ron.
Yes. On behalf of the young Marines who had their Say No to Drugs walk this weekend, they were very, very happy, very appreciative of being able to use the park for that event. So thank you so much for making it happen.
That was all staff that was able to do that, but I'll pass it on, definitely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're moving on to the beautification master plan update.
Essentially, this report, that was loud. Essentially, this report here aims at bringing back an update from council direction to take a look at our beautification master plan, go ahead and look at what it's going to cost to update it, to not only consider new maintenance practices, not to only consider what was completed, but also go ahead and remove things that were not feasible. Go ahead and take a look at updating materials and making sure anything that we still have on the docket to complete is feasible as far as materials. To build it out, it's still readily available, as well as actually some new items to go ahead and add some other facets, which include some public art into the beautification of the town. And in doing so, we did come back with an approximate cost of around $24,000 to have this update done. And in reviewing the vendor that had done it before, for reasons of uniformity, of continuity, and also keeping key personnel that worked on the original master plan, we would recommend moving forward with Bermelo Majamil once funds are identified for this beautification master plan update.
As Director Bajwan stated, this study or this project is not funded currently. So we'll add it to the list for consideration, I believe, at the carry forward, in addition to some of the other items that we've spoken about, and then it'll be something for this council to make a decision on in March.
Maybe it's a question for you or for Director Angel back there. When there's a code enforcement violation and we collect a fine, where does that money go?
You thought you weren't going to talk today. Yeah.
Somebody's been playing too much pickleball. Danny, yeah, it just goes back to the general fund.
Personally, I would, and maybe I bring it back, I don't know if we could do a motion I would like to see something where if there are monies that we're collecting for fines for things that aren't being upkept properly, I think it should go to the beautification master plan, start funding some of this stuff. I don't know how you all feel about that, but I think it's a rational thing, right? If you're collecting funds from people who maybe aren't keeping the town nice, why aren't we utilizing those funds directly to invest it in our beautification master plan, right? I think that I would like to see that. I don't know if you guys want me to make a motion to that effect.
The correlation makes sense. However, again, if those dollars then are earmarked for something, then they're being taken away from the pot, which are already being used for all of our general operations and so forth. So if that money comes out and is earmarked for something different than what we're currently spending on, then something else will have to give.
Do we have an idea
wait,
what that dollar amount is? Sorry, man.
No, but I'm gonna make a motion because I would love to see where that actually, if there's more value in this than in something else that's in the general. Exact. I don't think we're gonna get a definite answer right now. So you don't know where it's earmarked right now.
No, it's not earmarked for anything. It just goes into the pot, and from the pot, all of our operations are funded. So if you earmark it for something, we're gonna have to cut somewhere, whether so.
But I would like to see, I'm gonna make a motion, I just would like to see that come back to us, like the actual number that we collect and just an idea of where
I'll second
it's going. Discussion.
I think it's a great idea, Mayor.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. And I brought it up because you inspired me with the video. You were like 85% compliance of,
But for the record, 80% compliance without issuing a fine.
I know.
Now you're forcing my hand. I'm gonna have to start.
No. We don't want that.
Just checking.
We do not. For the record, we do not want that. Danny Angel is a resident, and he loves all of our residents, so he does not want that. Is there anything else on the master plan that the council wanted to talk about? I know there's options. I know so this is just for report purposes, and then we got to figure out where the funds are going to come from. Entry feature signage report.
This report also aims at coming back to council direction at looking at the entry feature on 67th Avenue northbound, just passing the Gradney. This report essentially is a culmination of an initial options and work that staff put together for different design features that we could incorporate into 67th Avenue at that location. Once we kind of brought a good amount of options, we went ahead and then, as directed by council, we went ahead and approached the NIC to get their input on it. Once we received their input, we kind of reformulated the options and brought it down to a concise amount of just two different options. It was really the consensus amongst both staff and the input from the NIC. In the report, it'll go over the actual location, so you'll see the image there on that swale of 67th Avenue, just along that rail guard that's there. It also goes over kind of our current signage that we have throughout town at some of these entry points. And then the two main options are a more modern lower sign that can be placed. It's something more typical you see around other communities. That is option A. And then option B would be sticking to kind of what we already have on 154 and 87th Avenue, a tall rectangular structure. Now, one thing that was brought by the NIC was to maybe look at different materials. We can stay with the same design, but maybe look at a metal structure, and we also kind of wavered that into here with option B, where it can still be the same feel, but a different material to be used. Other than that, there are some other items, depending on what option we look to move forward with, if we want to add on lighting down the road and on landscaping, depending on essentially what option and what price point we come in at, we would be able to add those features on, or they may have to be something that is phased in later at a later time. We currently, and just for the record, we also currently already have budgeted $40,000 for this, and the projects for the signage alone already falls within that budget.
Jeremy, do you need us to make a recommendation today or something that's coming?
Yes.
We gotta move forward.
We
right?
gotta,
These things have been pending forever.
Yeah, look, my only comment, is option B, the other one is kind of way off what we currently have throughout the town. I think option A is more aligned to what you have in other areas. The only, because, you know, putting a metal sign on the entrance feature is a little off compared to what we have, so that's my only comment. And on option A, we talked about part of the beautification plan is incorporating the town seal. So like how you have different samples of this one, the tree is kind of between the word Miami and Lakes. Maybe from the graphic standpoint, they can lower the tree and then use that circle, that oval area for the town seal. And then that one's at a lower price. And then we can look at if we want to incorporate like lighting or something or some landscaping, since we have $40,000.
If, Jeremy, correct me if I'm wrong, if this is more or less what you want, make the motion, and if this gets approved, then we'll bring you back the final design.
All right.
Before it goes to production. So if
okay.
this is in general terms what you want,
Motion, all right,
if it gets approved,
you got it.
then we'll
Motion
bring
to
you-
approve option A with the recommendations and also the options with lighting and landscaping.
I'll second that.
There's a motion and a second discussion to that effect.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilwoman Ron.
No, thank you. I just wanted to, I like the signage that we have. I know that there's a photo here of what we already have. I like the lower signage. I'd like to try to, I guess, create some consistency so that we don't have a hodgepodge of all sorts of different signs. And something that's low maintenance, right? Like no water, none of that.
No. None of these features include any water
components
features.
that-
No.
Exactly. Thank you.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm okay with this just because I wanted to move forward, but I actually like option B. Yeah, we're in 2022, right? And so, I mean, yeah, just my opinion. But it's fine. I want to move forward with this because I don't want this to hold up. But I do like option B. So just putting that on the record. We can put one somewhere. But that's fine. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. The one thing I wanted to mention in terms of signage, about 8 years ago, not this council, but a previous council had voted no on, the perspective was different, and they voted no on wayfinding signs, right? Which I do think for small communities adds a lot of value, right? And it gives that small town feeling. I would love to see that come back to this council, because I know at that time we even had the money, we were ready to go, designed, and I still think there's value in wayfinding signs that are nice. I think, so just putting that on the record. But I know it did not pass back then, but if we can bring it back at some day. Report on pickleball feasibility.
Hold on, Mr. Mayor, before we move on to the next item. And I reached out to the town manager earlier this week. I think out of all the town assets that we have, the one that we have to be the most militant with as far as maintenance are those entry features, right? Those are the front door, to our town. And so, over and above anything else, I think those entry features we need to make sure that they're maintained, properly. And so I want to make sure that we focus on, the existing entry features as well as whatever we do in the future. I want to make sure that we focus on maintaining those up to our standards. Thank you.
Well noted, Councilman Fernandez. Thank you. Pickleball courts.
The real reason we all came tonight. Let's talk pickleball.
You're not ready, man. You should.
So essentially, this study takes a look at ways and areas that we can implement pickleball on the west side of town now that we have blended lines incorporated at the Optimus Park tennis courts, which are now no longer tennis courts. They are tennis and pickleball courts. We took a look at all possible areas that had enough layout space, had sufficient parking, and sufficient has an asterisk, but had enough parking to handle a more high-use amenity. And the study essentially took a look at 3 main areas of where we can incorporate new pickleball courts on the west side of town. First option is option A of utilizing Barbara Goldman, which we already have a JUA with. There are existing tennis courts there. This would be a resurface job to add blended lines as far as just resurfacing the entirety of the courts. There would be no new construction with this. There is already existing fencing. One big thing to point out here is there's already existing lighting infrastructure, which is a savings to us having to light any courts down the road. And through our existing use, we do have use of it when it's not in use by the school after school during the weekdays and on weekends when there's no athletic activities going on.
May I interrupt you for just
Yes.
1 second? I'm sorry. The use of these facilities, our residents have the ability to use them at any point. I've heard that they are under locked gates.
They are under lock and key. Staff has those. Town staff has those keys. So it is programmed right now where it's being opened at 5, if they're not left open already, and then closing in the evenings. Weekends, staff is currently only there from 8 till 4, so being opened in the mornings and then being closed at 4. We are working on an internal plan to see how we can increase those hours within our staffing.
Beautiful. It just jogged my memory because someone brought it up to my attention.
And we've been going
I didn't
back.
want to forget.
And we've been going back and forth. We've had some issues of coaches after their practices, seeing it unlocked and locking it.
Locking it.
So staff, we're working on it. We have reached out to the school already, to Dr. Sanchez, and we reached out to the AD. Hopefully we can curb that. If not, we have other means that we'll find a way to work through that.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Option B is going to be utilizing the green space just to the west of the existing basketball and workout station. There is a sufficient amount of space for 2 courts there. This would require design and construction of 2 new courts. We will make sure that it does not disturb the center area that we utilize for most of our large-scale events. The only things to note here is, like option C that you'll see in a moment, these courts are within 300 feet of homes. Pickleball is known to be a rather noisy sport. This site, as well with option C, will also need additional fencing and potential irrigation adjustments. Option C, we'll take a look at utilizing the Royal Oaks green space just before the retention area upon the entrance of the park to the south. This area would actually be the only one that needs groundwork to raise and level the area. It would also be able to house 2 new courts side by side. The only concerns and constraints with Royal Oaks is we already program it to a high use volume of individuals. This would only increase more individuals coming to the park. And also there were plans for this space to be additional parking down the road. Other than that, if there are any questions.
I move option A, but I think
I'll
we have to
second
talk
that.
about budget as well.
Are we going to be naming the pickleball courts?
Are we going to be?
Naming them? Vice
not-
Mayor Rodriguez pickleball
I'll
courts?
second that.
No, thank you.
There's a motion and a second to name those pickleball courts Jeffrey Rodriguez pickleball
No.
courts. You can vote no, but there's a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
No.
Any
No.
opposed? There's one no.
No.
It's too late now. And there's a motion by Councilman Collazo to go with option 1. I'll second that, which I'm fine with it as well. I think it makes sense. Those courts are awesome. I played basketball out there many times. I run on those courts. If we can make that happen and just direct people there, if it's open, makes a lot of sense.
And we already made contact, and we've kind of already talked to the principal as well, and he was okay with that as long as there are certain FHSA rules that we can't paint outside of their extended boundaries for tennis. So blended lines there would work from what we've discussed with them already.
Awesome.
Any further discussion on this? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes.
We'll add this to the list, no, the carry forward list of items to fund in March.
Thank you, Director Badjuan, and we look forward to those blended lines at Jeffrey Rodriguez pickleball courts.
Mr. Mayor, before we move on to the next item, it's actually kind of funny. It was a joke at the beginning, but I actually have a legitimate item. Vice Mayor Rodriguez, I think you're gonna have to recuse yourself for this. So I do want to make a motion to rename the pickleball courts at Miami Lakes Optimist Park the Jeffrey Rodriguez Pickleball Courts. That is a real motion.
I'll second that.
All right, look, I know you guys are joking.
Well, actually, he's not joking about that one.
As parliamentarian, you got to recuse yourself.
I'm not going to vote. I'm just letting you know that I am 100% against this, and I'll leave.
Well, I mean, in this instance, does he have to like disappear into the closet, or?
That's fine.
Oh, well, actually, Okay.
And just for historical perspective, Mr. Peterman, we did speak about this during our briefing. This was really not
I can vouch
not
for
a
that.
spur of the moment thing. It's something that I legitimately thought of bringing forward. So
I'd like to, in discussion, just use this opportunity then, now that the councilman has opened the door, to speak to my colleague, the vice mayor. And as we all know, this is his last meeting with us. And I just wanted to say, Jeff, honestly, it's been a great time serving with you over the last 4 years. You have been a voice of reason on this council. We haven't always agreed, but you've always been very respectful whenever we've disagreed. You know, you've always been the cool head that helps to recenter the conversation, and I appreciate my time serving with you. I've learned a lot from you, actually, as part of this process, and I can say, at least I think that, I've made a friend, with you, and, and I enjoy our banter, including when we tease each other on different things, but I really do appreciate everything that you've done for the town, everything you've done for me. And to Gisela, I just want to say, thank you for loaning out your husband to us for the last 4 years. It's, really appreciated. Thank you. And thank you to your wonderful children as well, Alec and Ava.
Before we can, because I'm sure everybody's going to want to speak, just take a quick vote on this, and then let's get over the other item so we can do yeah. Any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. Special call meeting recommendation, does that need to be, and then we're going to come right back.
And it was something that Ms. Mendez brought up early on during special comments. What I'm recommending is that a special call meeting be called for November. The clerk's office advises me that it usually takes about 2 weeks to certify the election. The second week falls the week of Thanksgiving, which I believe many kids are out the entire week from school, so that's why we recommended November 29th. I understand that date may not work for anybody, so what I am recommending that I amend my own recommendation to let the clerk's office work with the council and the newly elected council members to figure out a date, but it would be sometime after Thanksgiving.
Okay.
Sounds good.
And it would be for the 3 items listed, for the swearing in of new council members, the selection of a new vice mayor, and we'll put before you the consideration of the dates for next year's meetings.
Got it.
I'll move that, but I do have an amendment.
I'll second.
Amendment by Councilman Dieguez.
Yes, so my amendment is simply also to throw into the agenda the item concerning the foreclosure property, the foreclosure registry ordinance, the, retaining the law firm of the town attorney's recommendation to go ahead and be in charge of ensuring compliance with that foreclosure registry.
We'll put that in there.
Second.
All those in favor with the amendment?
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Back onto the, any opposed, seeing none, the motion passes. Anyone, any further discussion on the main motion as amended? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Back on to Councilman Dieguez set the stage, right? So anyone else wanting to speak about the vice mayor? Yeah, well, Councilwoman Ferrano.
Mr. Mayor,
And I see the
thank
clerk
you.
put her hand up too, so the clerk's gonna.
Gina,
Ca-
after you.
Councilwoman Morano, no, Councilwoman Morano, then our clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And to the Vice Mayor, of all of the colleagues that I battle up here on the dais, you are by far my favorite. Thank you so much for being a voice of reason many times. Thank you so much for your contributions that I value tremendously. It has been a pleasure to work with you. I hope that we can maintain our friendship far past our years on this dais, and I really, truly value the contributions that you've made. Thank you, Gisela. Thank you, kids, for loaning us Daddy. We've really had a wonderful ride, and I think that this has been one of the best councils that Miami Lakes has ever seen, and you are a major part of that.
Thank you, Councilwoman Morano. I know our esteemed clerk.
Yes, I've told you this many times. I admire you. Your work has been wonderful from the beginning, because we met in planning and zoning. I used to do those meetings, and that's how we met, and I admired always how you held the meetings, always with a lot of ethics, and you always gave the applicants an opportunity. You were straight to the point. You don't beat around the bush. An intelligent, eloquent man, and it is a loss, but thank you for the family, and we're very happy and proud that you're gonna have more time for your beautiful family, and thank you for serving as a resident. You know, we're totally happy for you, but we will miss you.
Mr. Mayor, Jeff, your insight, your input on so many of the issues, 59th Avenue, especially all the other issues, straightforward, to the point. We would discuss them. Sometimes one of us would change our mind. In other words, we'd both change our mind on different things after discussion. Goodness, we're going to miss you. You've put in your time. You've completed your sentence. I agree. But I wish you the best, and we're going to miss you. We really are. Yep.
Yeah, Vice Mayor, I mean, a lot of the words that are echoed here are genuine, and I think it speaks to who you are as a human being and as a man. You have sat next to me, you've deliberated, but you've been compassionate. And we have tussled, we have fought on this dais and on the baseball field, but you are a man that has held that position and has earned the respect of every person here. And I think there are huge shoes to fill when you leave. And I told you one of the things that I lamented the most. I wasn't here to celebrate with you during the State of the Town. I was busy on the baseball field. But I said today, we had an important baseball game, but it was important for me to honor you today. So thank you for the opportunity to serve with you.
So Vice Mayor Rodriguez, and I'm not going to be as eloquent. I'm going to speak like a brother. Most real guy I've ever met. One of the things I admire about you, you stand for what you believe in. You don't care what anybody says, and that's one thing that you and I have in common. You lead with passion, you lead with heart, and you don't care what hits are going to come, and that's something that I admire, and something I feel that we have in common. I don't see you as a vice mayor. I see you like losing a brother here on the dais. I know life moves quickly, so the biggest challenge is, right, how do we keep in touch? How do we get to still connect? And, you know, your priorities are your family, and I respect that. But from the days when we started our early voting and hustling and who can run to the car faster before our opponent, it was kind of like a sprint off. But I'm gonna miss you, brother. I'm proud of all the initiatives. I've learned a lot from you. Coming from education and seeing someone like in an attorney's perspective, how you've handled a lot of the stuff here on the dais really inspires me to continue working with this council and with this town to continue moving it in the right direction. And you're gonna be missed. I have something for you here, but I'll make sure that we finish recording.
Mayor, if I may, Jeff, from the very first time that we met at what used to be called Shula's 2, I knew that we saw a lot of things similarly, and that we were going to gel. Before I was able, when I was able to support people, I was an early supporter of yours. And you are probably the most apolitical person that's ever been elected to this council in the history of the town. And I say that as a very strong compliment. And I wish you good luck. The reasons why you are choosing not to run for re-election are the best reasons on the face of the earth to do that. So I congratulate all of you, and I think you guys are going to enjoy your time on the baseball field or wherever, on vacations and so forth.
Yes.
I did already tell him that if the mayor doesn't take him, I will. So.
And so I think for me, I think you set the bar and you set the gold standard for what anybody that sits up here or aspires to sit up here should follow. You know, I think you have exemplary judgment. You're fair. You're compassionate. And that level of deep introspective thought that you give to every item is going to be sorely missed, definitely by me. So.
Anyone else out there wanted to say? But I think in public service, when people are leaving their time or retiring, a lot of times folks just, I want to thank you, it was a great time, they leave. But I think what impacted me the most about Jeff, when you saw him at the State of the Town in speaking, when he cried, right? And I think you don't see that often from elected officials, right? When they care so much, when they love their neighbors so much, when they love their community so much, when they believe in it so much. So that never, think about it, that rarely ever happens when people are leaving public service. And I think that realness will forever be missed on the dais, because he always led with his heart, and that's something that he showcased at the State of the Town address. I know it's hard to think about it. Elected officials mostly a lot of times don't, but he showed his realness out there. So I know staff put this together for you. They wanted to memorialize all the good things, all the great things that you did for this community, so they had asked me to present this to you, everything that you had presented, and move forward for our town. And I wanted to ask Gisela and the kids to come up here so you guys can join Jeff in officially adjourning his last meeting. So if you guys can come up and join us, and Jeff, if you have any further words.
Before we adjourn and do all of that, I just wanted to say, yeah, I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it through this one either. What I said at the town hall and State of the Town was 100% factual. I think this is by far the best council we've ever had in this town. The residents of this town are extremely lucky to have every single one of you up here, a group of 7 individuals and 3 charter members who care immensely about the state and the future of our town. And I just wanted to say it was an honor of a lifetime to serve with all of you. So thank you very much.
Meeting adjourned.